for the cooperation. We're thankful for the mutual respect. We pray that you lead them to make the best decisions for the people of Anguilla. We pray that they would do so respectfully and that they would remember whom they serve. Lord, thank you for our staff, for their hard work. We thank you for our country. We pray for those that are bereaved. We pray for those that are grieving, that are hurting. And Lord, we pray that we would be our brothers and sisters, keepers. Lord, watch over us as we preside today. In your holy name we ask. Amen. You may be seated. Honorable members, we continue as we were yesterday, reminding you of our time limits, which were kept to so well. And we will now invite any further contributions as it relates to the bill that is on the floor, a bill for supplementary appropriation 2026 Act 2026. Does any member wish to speak? I recognize the honorable member for Valley South.
Madam Speaker, to the members, this honorable House, and for those who are listening via radio and whatever other medium. I'd also like to take this opportunity to wish my colleague on the other side, Mr. Merrick Richardson, a happy birthday. Madam Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to this debate on the 2026 supplementary budget. I will not be long because, as many persons know, I am not a man who makes long political speeches. I prefer to speak plainly and say what I believe and stand by what is right. But there are moments when silence can allow confusion to grow, and there are moments when people deserve to hear the truth clearly. Madam Speaker, this supplementary budget deals with two very important matters. First, it provides the implementation of the new salary structure for civil servants. And second, it provides an increase in allocations for medical treatment overseas. Madam Speaker, our civil servants have carried this country through difficult times, and we all could agree to that. They have served through emergencies, through uncertainties, through pressures, and through periods when resources were very limited within the government sector. This supplementary budget is about honoring that commitment. It is about ensuring that the government has proper allocations in place to meet the cost of the new salary structure. It is about putting our money where our mouth is. It is also about saying to our civil servants that we value your service, we respect your contribution, and are prepared to back that respect with action. Now, Madam Speaker, I too was once a civil servant. I worked in the DITES, Department of Infrastructure, for 18 years. So I would have been a victim of some of those cuts. And I too would have been a victim of some of those, well, increments that we didn't receive over the many years. So it would be very hypocritical for me on this side to not support this today. And as I traverse throughout the island and I meet different individuals within the government sector and have conversations with them, they too are very much looking forward to this increase in salaries. And it was quite pleasing to hear on both sides yesterday the arguments and the support, especially on the opposition side, even though we had a little political jabs that took place, and I guess that's politics. But for the most part, everyone on the other side supports the increase in this salary. Civil servants deserve better than that, and the people of Anguilla deserve better than that. Madam Speaker, if there are concerns about the salary structure, let us address it honestly. If there are persons who feel disadvantaged, let us listen. If there are issues that require review, let us examine them responsibly. But let us not mislead the people for political gain. Let's not concentrate on impressions. Let's not create the impression that this government alone invented the process, when the record shows that the APM administration helped set it in motion. Let us not suggest that this government is acting reckless when the APM itself made budgetary provisions for the same increase when the financial picture was not as strong as it is now. Madam Speaker, I also do believe that we have a responsibility to recognize the people who have kept our public service going through these difficult years. I don't think anyone in this chamber would deny the sacrifices that was made. Public servants accepted wage restraints at a time when the country faced significant impact challenges. They played their part, often being asked to do more with less. And they did so with professionalism and dedication. For me, this increase is about rewarding people for simply turning up. It is about recognizing commitment, experience, and loyalty. It is about saying to those years of service mattered and that we value their contribution they make and continue to make in the civil servants. Madam Speaker, this increase also helps to create economic stimulation. With more money to spend, persons will be keen to spend money within the economy, thus creating revenue within our economy and spending. So this is a good thing in that sense also, Madam Speaker. It does create revenue for the family, and it also stimulates our economy with spending. Secondly, Madam Speaker, the second major provision in this supplementary budget is an increase in the allocation for medical treatment overseas. This is another matter that goes directly to the heart of the people. Madam Speaker, once again, my dad was ill and had to be flown overseas. Very government assisted. And there are many persons, I'm sure probably persons on this side and the other side, who had family members or friends or relatives who took advantage of this also. So for us to sit here and not support it, it would be again very hypocritical. Now, Madam Speaker, this government has been doing so much for the people of Anguilla. I'm new to the political arena. Myself and the Honorable Jason Bryan are the two rookies on this side. And I've seen the amount of hours spent, the amount of meetings, the amount of phone calls, the amount of conference calls, just to ensure that things are done for the people of Anguilla and that this country continues to progress for the people of Anguilla. Now, Madam Speaker, that is the kind of government I support and that I want to be a part of and will continue to be a part of. That's the kind of supplementary budget I can stand behind, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this debate should not be about a political theater or rhetoric. It should be about whether we are prepared to meet the obligations before us. Are we prepared to honor the commitment to civil servants? Are we prepared to support families who need overseas medical treatment? Are we prepared to be honest with the people about what this supplementary budget is doing? Madam Speaker, I am. And I call upon the opposition and the folks on this honorable side to do the same. Now, I have no problem if you oppose where you must, but oppose honestly. Question where you must. but question truthfully. And hold the government accountable, yes, but do not mislead the people of Anguilla. Do not pretend you are part of the process that you helped begin. Do not call for action in April and then condemn the action when it comes before this House. Madam Speaker, the people of Anguilla are watching. The people of Anguilla are listening. The civil servants are watching. Families who need medical assistance are watching. And they do not need games, they need leadership. This supplementary budget is about leadership, Madam Speaker. It is about responsibility and about meeting the real needs with real resources. It also provides for the new salary structure for civil servants. It strengthens the allocation for medical treatment overseas and responds to obligations that cannot be ignored. Madam Speaker, for those simple reasons, I support this supplementary budget, and I urge this honorable House to support it as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Are there any contributions to the bill? I recognize the honorable member for Road North.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
And I should preface it by saying happy birthday before you start.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker.
You are welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate all the greetings I've gotten thus far. Early this morning, my little grandson called and he sang happy birthday to me. And that started my morning well. And then I came to the house and the honorable member for Valley South sang to me, and I was amazed by how well the young man can sing. And I know usually we shouldn't be so buddy in the house, but I was truly amazed that he. So I can just want the public to look out for the House of Assembly choir coming soon, featuring the honorable member from Valley South. But I truly do thank everyone for the birthday greetings that I've received thus far. Sometimes when when you're getting a little gray, you start to appreciate every single greeting you get more and more as you get grayer and grayer.
Sorry, don't deduct that from Mr. Richardson's time, please, Mr. Prattler. Please give him all of his time. You may proceed.
I won't be needing a lot of time, Madam Speaker, because to be totally honest, when we received the first go around of the supplementary budget, I did prepare to come in the House with fire and brimstone. And I was well prepared for that, had my 2 cups of coffee that morning and was well prepared. But, you know, through cooperation of the House, some changes were made. So I am here just to highlight what I see of the budget. And I think the member for Valley South, started off on a good note by saying what we really should be here doing sometimes. And I know we as members in the House, Madam Speaker, we sometimes get caught up and forget what we are here to debate. But my reason for being short this morning is because I think my honorable leader and my honorable colleague did such a good job yesterday opening the baton for this side. For me to come up now as a tail ender, I just need to fend off a few balls and make it through to get to the pavilion. But again, Madam Speaker, I say good morning to everyone listening in. First and foremost, we must give thanks to the Ministry of Finance and your staff, because in speaking to 1 or 2 of them, you realize that they were working practically around the clock to get this supplementary budget to the House on time so that members of the public service can receive their compensation on time. And I know sometimes those things are overlooked in the grand scheme, because everybody wants to know what is their end figure, but you have to look at the hard work that members of the Ministry of Finance would have put in to get us here. And I also want to give some special thanks to the staff of the House of Assembly, because sometimes especially we here on the opposition side, with very little support, we lean on the staff here at the House of Assembly a lot. And I can say we got a budget Sunday afternoon, and Sunday 7 o'clock, the clerk of the House was willing to come to the House to print off the budget so I could have it in my hand to try to prepare for this honorable house. Madam Speaker, like I said, there could have been a lot that I could have come here and I could have spoken about. I could have gone and give a whole long reply as to why we had to cut scholarships, and then we did reinstate scholarships where we had funding. But again, I think my honorable leader covered that. I could have spoken how we met the country in 2020 when we had less than 1 day supply of money to run the country. I could have spoken about the austerity measures we were under back then and all the fighting and the scrambling we had to do with governor's office with the UK in order just to keep our heads above water. I could have spoken about all those things, but I chose to just go straight into what I see as a glaring, I don't want to say whole, because wholeheartedly I support the supplementary. We have a lot of hard-working public servants. Recently, I've felt like I've had a need to defend public servants because there have been a lot of attacks, especially on social media, from members of the public against the public service. And I'm not here to say that the public service is perfect, because there are some bad apples, we would admit. But in such a large public service, there are a lot more good than there are bad. And for persons to keep constantly just want to attack the bad, they sometimes ignore the good. Because as working with the public service, working with the administration of 2020 to 2025, we know we could not have gotten a lot of what we got done without the hard work of the public servants. And those public servants, I know, continue to do hard work, continue to produce good results. So I would be hypocritical, like the member for Valley South say, if I were to get up here and not say that I support the increments on the compensation package for the public servants, Madam Speaker. I would also be hypocritical if I was to pretend, and I can assure you, just about every person in Anguilla have a member, a family member who works in the public service, because the public service in Anguilla is very, very, very large. So I think we can honestly say that this compensation package, it not only touches the public servants themselves, but it touches the whole of Anguilla. So we are not just doing this in essence for the public service. My honorable leader, the member for Island Harbor, stated when we came in, there was a 5% cut for the public service during COVID times. And we fought back and said, no, the public service is carrying the country at this point in time, literally on their backs. That is what the public service was doing. And this is a public service that had cuts from back in 2008, never seen no increments, but yet they were asked to take another cut. And then there was recommendations for further cuts again. So the public service of Anguilla always seems to be under attack. Always seems to be under attack. There are many people in the public who feel that many public servants are overpaid. Many. And again, I said, I'm not going to stand here and pretend like we have the perfect public service. But there are a lot of hard-working people in the Anguilla public service. And kudos must go to them. And we need to show them respect sometimes as well. And this is one way of showing them that they appreciate it, by giving them this compensation package, paying them what they are worth. In most jobs, when you work, you get a little annual increment, a cost of living increase. So imagine somebody might have to tell me what gas was in 2008, the last time there was a review, or 2007 when there was a review. Gas was probably, I don't know, maybe $8 a gallon. Now it's almost $20 a gallon. Everything has gone up, but their salaries remain the same. They're required to carry families, support their families. So again, I said, we would be hypocritical, as the member for Valley South says, if we were not to support this increase. But Madam Speaker, it would be also hypocritical of me if I was to stand here, see what I consider a glaring hole in this supplementary budget, and not address it for the people of Anguilla. Because our job here in the opposition is also to highlight when we see the wrong, support where there's, if it's correct, if it's good, we wholeheartedly support. And we've done that over and over. We have supported more bills than we've objected to in this honorable house since February of 2025. But that's not to say when we see the glaring wrong, we can't highlight it. And Madam Speaker, just in November, we came to this honorable house to approve a budget, the largest budget in the history of Anguilla, of $631 million. And in that budget, Madam Speaker, there was a restricted fund, or is a restricted account of $40 million, $40,740,000 to be exact. And most of that, Madam Speaker, was to cover the compensation package that we are here addressing today. $40 million, Madam Speaker. And in this supplementary budget we have, as we've heard all over and over, there's funding for medical and overseas travel, which we wholeheartedly support. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, if you go back to the budget debates, and if the records can be pulled up, I spoke about how our administration was under pressure when it came to medical overseas travel. So we increased it from $1.5 million to $3.5 million. And I said at that point, looking at the budget at the time, there was literally no increase in medical overseas travel. And I said, at that point in time, we seen the trend. It was obvious at what was happening. More money need to be put in medical overseas travel. The records are there to go and look. So I am happy to see, because recently members of my community have had to take advantage of the use of medical overseas travel. So medical overseas treatment. Thank you, member. So we all know as a community how important it is for government to step in when you can't help yourself. So nobody on this side again is going to stand here and argue against that $3 million. $10 million to pay Anglic. The Honorable Single Island Wide member, Mr. Vanterpool, said, he thinks it's a much better way to plan to just pay it off than the plan that we put in place. But we put something in place because we couldn't do no better. And Madam Speaker, a lot of persons forget what Anguilla was in 2020. Sometimes I think 2020 was, the way people forget about 2020, you will think 2020 was in the 1900s. It wasn't so long ago when this country was on its knees, Madam Speaker, when this country was crawling, well, we were further than on our knees, practically on our belly, crawling on our belly. Just 6 short years ago, Madam Speaker, a child who would have started primary school then hasn't left primary school as yet. That's how short the time span is, but we keep forgetting where we were in 2020. We keep forgetting that some of the decisions that had to be made in 2020, 2021, and 2022, when this entire country was shut down, and can't be the same decisions we are making today. We have the pot of gold now. We're close to the rainbow. I'm not thinking we'll end at the rainbow, but a lot of us are seeing this big shiny pot of gold. I read a comment yesterday when the premier was, when the honorable leader of the opposition was speaking, someone made a comment, why didn't he fix all this when he was there? But at that point in time, it was survival. It was survival, Madam Speaker. And the Honorable Single Island Wide member, Mr. Bryan, said he don't want to talk about the past and the past. But sometimes we have to keep reminding people of the past. Sometimes the past must be remembered. Don't know your past, won't know your future. And again, 2020 was not so far away. Because we make a lot of presentations. Why wasn't this done? Why wasn't that done? Why wasn't this done? Go check to see what our budget was in 2020. Check what our budget was to see what we were operating on compared to this budget now. This new budget, Madam Speaker, is going to bring us about $110 million more. than the 2025 budget with this now increase. $110 million. In 1 year, we've expanded our budget. Food for thought. But Madam Speaker, the whole I want to speak that I'm seeing in the budget is there was a $40 million restrict put away for to basically cover salaries for the entire year. We know that the salaries aren't going to reach the full $40+ million that it's supposed to be. As a matter of fact, when you check to see what has been put in the different heads, it's about $26 million. We've heard in this honorable house, AI, we check whenever we see a press release, record-breaking numbers. Month after month, awesome for the country. We heard an honorable member for West End speak yesterday, record numbers for tourism. Record-breaking numbers for tourism. So that AI is obviously overperforming. We have record numbers for tourism. The member for West End said that means everything, if the tourism numbers are good, everything is good. So if that AI is overperforming, we having record numbers for tourism. And I know the Ministry of Finance, Madam Speaker, because every time I get on my feet after working so closely and watching them perform, that's an amazing department. At this point in time, halfway through the year, the Ministry of Finance probably can say, if we've had savings from the first half of the year, will there be savings for the rest of the year, looking at the outlook? And just from my understanding how budgets work, part of the relief package would have taken money from the same overall package that would be there, because we know we weren't going to use all the money for the salaries. So part of the relief package would have gone there. But just from the picture that's been painted, I would assume that we should have some extra money. I would assume that there's underspent some areas. I would assume that we shouldn't have to increase our budget, because we came here, we're here, Madam Speaker, and we agreed, we in this honorable house, we passed approval in November of almost $40 million to cover this compensation package. It was passed and approved in the House, so the monies were there, they were put in a restricted fund. This process should have been basically to take out that money and put it in the different heads, because that was the law requires, to put it in the different heads and leave it there. But we are seeing an increase in the budget. Madam Speaker, I did some quick maths, and I hope I can find my notes. If we have a population of about 12,000 people. We have a population of about 12,000 people. We have a budget of $657 million. If all of us had to pay that budget, because it's the taxpayers who pay the budget, we could say we got that, we got this. Taxpayers are responsible for the budget at the end of the day. Each one of us would be responsible for $54,000 a year, which works out to be about $4.5 thousand a month. That's some people's salary. So technically, we are saying and I'm talking about the retirees and the babies. We broke that down. Let's just say half of our population is a working population, Madam Speaker. Each of us, as individuals who are working in Anguilla, responsible for paying $109,000 annually. Each of us is responsible for paying $9,000 of our budget. That's a working population. So I would like to know, and I think people who are listening should be asking the question, why didn't we just move the monies in restricted and find savings? Because we keep hearing the country is doing well, the country is running well, we are at half the year. The Ministry of Finance should have been able to look and say, hey, we have heads that are overperforming. We have heads that are doing way better than expected. because the ministry quarterly, sure.
Sorry, I don't want the public to be misled, because even if revenues are overperforming, Madam Speaker, and you don't have, you still need to appropriate the money in the relevant department or ministry if stuff is under budgeted. So for example, medical overseas treatment. Yes, the country is doing well. Revenues are overperforming. And that's exactly why we're here to do a supplementary for overseas medical treatment, because in the original budgetary process, we only budgeted $3-point-something million. So now, because the revenues are doing well, because you're hearing that revenues are doing well, you can come back to appropriate. So I don't want the misrepresentation.
Hold on. You asked a question. What was the question? Oh. But no, okay, so she rose to her feet. She said there's a point of order on misrepresentation. She was explaining why she deemed it to be misrepresentation, and then she finished off. So now I'm going to invite the honorable member to address what she's raised. I haven't ruled on it. She said that her point of order on its misrepresentation, and she's explaining why she's taking a point of order.
Yeah.
So you're finished, so I can have Mr. Richardson
Also,
respond.
in relation to the salary reviews, the salaries as well have already been ring-fenced. The amount of money have been ring-fenced in the Ministry of Finance, and they're now being reassigned to ministry. So it's not additional funds, particularly for the salary review, Mr. Richardson. There are a number of other line items that amount for the additional budgetary increase.
Okay, Mr. Richardson, you can address.
Okay,
the point of order.
actually I thank the member because if the member is not understanding what I'm saying, that means there are persons in the public who's not understanding what I'm saying either. So it gives me a chance to maybe go over it and try to explain my point. Okay.
Yes, that's fair.
The budget approved for expenditure was 300 in 2020. The 2026 budget that we approved in November for expenditure was 355,444,370. We're now coming here, Madam Speaker, to approve an increase. There's an increase in our expenditure from 355 million to by 26. Somebody do the quick maths for me. By 26 million, there is an increase. There is an increase.
Wait.
There is an
No,
increase
Madam
in the
Speaker.
budget.
Hold on.
The budget
You
has
wait,
increased.
member. Honorable member you can continue. He's trying to explain why he's taking an issue with the point about reallocation, reassigning. What I gather that a member from Valley North is saying is that it doesn't work that way. I think that's what you're saying. But he's explaining from his submission how he deems that it works.
Okay.
So let him finish his explanation, because I think your point of order is misrep, and he's now explaining that it's not misrep, that's just how he understands it.
Madam Speaker, and I don't want to take up the member's time,
Well, we'll pause his time.
because I just want there to be clarity on the situation. So there are a number of different things, right? This supplementary budget is doing a number of different things. Mr. Richardson is correct in that there is an increase in the budget, right, Madam Speaker? However, I want the public to understand that that increase in the budget is not as a result of the public service salaries. No, but Mr. Richardson, hold on, Mr. Richardson, you actually said
Hold on,
that
I have what he said. The population of about 12,000 people, we have a budget of 657 million. If all of us had the budget, because there are tax bills, you pay the budget. And then he goes on to talk about for 54,000 a year, it works out to be 4. That's 5,000 a month. That's some people's salary. That's what you said, right? And then you go on to say, technically speaking, if retirees and babies, we broke that down. So you're trying to break down if everybody made an equal contribution to the budget. So that's a little speculative. So that's causing the confusion. So explain the analysis that you're trying to walk through. You go on to talk about the working population and that each of us is responsible for paying 9,000 of the budget, because you're doing the math as if every single person is paying equally. It seemed, I'm just reading what we're saying and following through when the point of order came up. So I think the point of order is in relation to kind of using a speculative approach as if there's an even division on how this budget allocation is. So make your point again. I will give you back your time, but I do want you to clarify what analysis you're using. Are you using analysis that you deem has been applied, or are you using analysis that you are speculating could apply? Just be very clear on what it is you're submitting, but you'll have your time back.
I don't think that's the point that the member was objecting to. I don't think that's the point that the member was objecting to. But what I'm saying, Madam Speaker, in November.
Okay, hold on. So then it went on. Why didn't we just move the monies in restricted and find savings? We keep hearing that the country is doing well. Was that the point when you objected about reallocating money into heads?
Yes, because, Madam Speaker, that's exactly what we are doing in relation to the salaries. We are taking the money from restricted and putting it in the various ministries.
So member from Road North, allow member from Road North to explain. So just address the point of order on the reallocation and clarify.
But that's the point I was getting.
Okay, so if you make
to, Madam Speaker, because of the 40 million, only 11 million were taken from restricted. Unless they gave me a different, unless I got something different than the other members. But it says here, restricted expenditure was 40,740,000, and only 11 million came from it. Because if Madam Speaker, right, if we had just moved around the money, we would have had the same exact amount that was approved in November. But the budget has gone up. And if the budget has gone up, it's a larger overall package we have to pay.
What they're saying, member, is that the budget didn't go up just because of salaries. I think the deputy governor. Hold on. Let's go back to the deputy governor.
I have not said that as yet.
No. Well, then that means all of us need to clarify, because if I don't understand, and let's do the exercise for the public, because I don't understand either. Yesterday, the deputy governor in his presentation indicated that there was an increase, but it's not entirely because of salaries. I think we're past that. There's a point of order as it relates to your analysis about reallocating. You're making a very technical submission, and I do not understand it. I don't know if everybody else understands it, but let's see if we could walk it through to come to an understanding. Excuse me?
I'm just suggesting, Madam Speaker, that he brings the question back at committee stage to get clarity for the public.
That's fair. That's fair. Is it that both sides, are you disagreed with what they're representing as their point of order on Ms. Rep? You can rise. Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to finish. And I understand, Madam Speaker, that there are reallocations from the restricted. I do understand, and I started out by saying that. And I did say that there's a $3 million for the medical overseas treatment. There's that $3 million that's there, and there's the $10 million for Anglia. That's $13 million. But, Madam Speaker, here it says restricted expenditure was $40 million. That's what we put in the budget to cover the salaries. In a perfect world, if let's say the salaries were $26 million, you would have seen $26 million taken from restricted expenditure and then put into these different heads. But $26 million haven't been taken from expenditure. It's only $11 million. But we have an increase. So we have increased the budget. That's all I'm saying, Madam Speaker. Okay, okay, Madam Speaker, let's say for argument, okay, we've done all the movements from the restricted to the proper account, right? At the end of the day, we came here before we started today, we had a budget of $631 million. When this budget gets approved, we are going to have a budget of $667 million that the people of Anguilla have to pay. That's the ultimate point I'm making, that we have increased the budget. So the point I was making is that that AI is doing well. Tourism is doing well. We're at half year. I know the Ministry of Finance awesome with their projections. If we are doing so well, the ministry would have looked and say, hey, we have money here, we have money there. We can use it. We can use it, even if we have to come to the House to approve it. We have to come, but but we would have had to just move it around. We have increased the budget. We have increased the budget.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, I'm sorry. I don't want to belabor this point, but this is a misrepresentation because that is exactly what we're doing because we are overperforming. We are coming to the House of Assembly to appropriate money for these additional areas, the 10 million for Anglet, the overseas medical treatment. What you're saying is exactly what we are doing because you are assuming that there is underspend in other areas. We are spending our money in other areas as we determined we would do by June.
Thanks again, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I will continue, and I will continue to say, we've come here at the beginning of the day with a budget that started at $631 million. When we leave here, there will be a budget of $667 million. 657, sorry, yes. There will be a budget of there will be a budget of $657 million that ultimately the taxpayers are responsible for. And I don't think, unless I get a different supplementary budget, number one of 2026 to everyone else, that is what we are at the end of the day. The budget has increased.
I don't think that anybody disagrees that the budget has increased. I think that what are you suggesting, that it's increased because of the salary bump up?
No,
or
I
other
haven't said that.
reasons?
I am
I'm
saying,
having a hard time understanding the issue between both sides.
because, Madam Speaker, I have made a point that if it was a simple reallocation, and I see why I haven't ever been a teacher. If it's a simple reallocation of $26 million from the restricted fund, this nice budget, this presentation that we were given by the Ministry of Finance, if it was a simple reallocation, we would have seen, where we seen this negative 11 million, we would have seen a negative 26 million. And then we would have seen it gone into the other heads. We would have seen it gone in personal emoluments, wages, social security, and whatever. And that would have been end of story, nothing additional. But, Madam Speaker, we also received, and I was trying to put my hand on it, we also received our executive summary. And in reading through that executive summary, the executive summary said that $29 million will be put there to cover the relief package.
So what is the issue that you're taking? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
It's not an issue, Madam Speaker. I was highlighting to the people of Anguilla how the budget is and what the budget is. It wasn't an issue. I started out by saying, I am in agreement. I am in agreement. But we can't get away from the fact that we have increased the budget. The budget is now $110 million more than what it was in 2025. It's $110 million. Without anything else, Madam Speaker, if everything stays as is on paper, if we know things can change, but as it stays on paper, going back to the 2026 budget that was approved in this House, and now if we look at this increase, we are looking at drawing down, if everything stays as on paper, we will be drawing down $100 million from the reserves. We will be drawing down $100 million from the reserves. Because as everything stays, I can only go with information that was given to me, Madam Speaker. I can only go with the information that was given to me. The 2026 budget said there is a shortfall in that budget of $73 million. We are coming here to add on another $26 million. So there will be, according to all the figures that I have gotten and what I have seen, and Madam Speaker, you have to also remember, I don't have the advantage of sitting in executive council, of sitting in cabinet and seeing the day-to-day runnings of government. So I could only go with the information that is given to me. And the information that is given to me is also saying that in 2020, when we approve the 2026 budget, we approve the 2026 budget with the knowledge that if all things remain equal, we will have to take $73 million from the reserves. We have now increased the budget by another $26 million. So if all things being equal, as presented to us, we will have to take $100 million from reserves.
Speaker,
Sorry. No, 73, if we add on the 26, Madam Speaker.
On a point of order, because this is so technical, I want to suggest again that these questions come up in the committee stage because it is important that the public is given complete clarity on this. Because the predictions and the forecast for 2026 is changing based on performance. So the forecasted deficit for the end of 2026 is no longer being forecasted as a deficit. But the technical team, they are the best people to explain this so that we do not confuse the public who are listening.
Okay, so taking that into consideration, Mr. Richardson, you can keep your point. I won't overrule it. You keep your point, and then I will ask whomever wishes to put this to committee for clarity to walk through it, to make the detailed notes to put it. You maintain your position. Proceed.
Madam Speaker, I'll just say this. I am required to make a representation in Parliament. I am required. No, I'm not going again. I'm not going. I am required to make submissions in Parliament based on the information I receive, Madam Speaker. Now, like I said, I do not sit in cabinet. I do not sit in executive council. So when I make my presentation, Madam Speaker, I make my presentation based on the information I have. I cannot make my presentation, Madam Speaker, based on information I don't have. And the information I have, Madam Speaker, and the member is right, maybe they'll bring it up in committee stage to give clarity. But the information I have says we were scheduled to take $73 million from the reserves, and if we're going to add another $26 million, we're going to be over $100 million. Now, I will be happy if when in committee stage we hear that the forecasts are this, the forecasts are that. But maybe then it brings up a point, Madam Speaker, that the members of opposition need to be provided with more information if it's going to cause a point of contention. Because we can only make our submissions based on the information. And I was referring to this. I have nothing else. This is what I receive. I received the executive
No,
summary.
member, let me clarify that myself because that relates to this work. You recall when we did do that budget exercise that we did something very anomalous and we had all of the committees and the heads here. And one of the big issues in contention was how do you provision for that $73 million deficit? And they answered it. They were here, they talked about it. So I don't know if it's fair to say you should have more information. We were all on this side.
No,
And
I
they were,
wasn't-
and they had, so
No,
it's the same, it's a different number today, but when you refer to the original budget, everyone was here and had that information, and you did have the ability to put questions. So that I want to clarify as it relates to the House exercise.
No, that was my saying that was in relation to what the single island white member, Mr. Hodge, was saying. He was explaining why I am wrong. So my point is, when we come to make the submissions, I can only make the submissions based on the information I have at hand. So I was saying, maybe when we are about to make such submissions, more information is provided beforehand. No, the committee stage last time was awesome. We got all the information we needed. I no doubt believe now that this has been brought up. The members on that side will seek to give the public clarity. And that is what we are here for at the end of the day, Madam Speaker. Because the public, if I am a member of parliament, and this is what I can say from what I have, imagine the public who don't pay close attention. Because at the end of the day, the public needs to know. Because I will keep saying $100 million until it's shown to me differently. When it's shown to me differently, if it's $10 million, if we don't need to go into reserves, then I will say so publicly. But I could only go based on the information I have. And I wasn't, and I started this day in such a good mood. Still in a very good mood. Still in a very, very good mood. Still in a very, very good mood. I won't say nothing to the member of Valley North because we had our conversation last night. And just for the listening public, the single island wide member, Mr. Hodge, was there, and the single island wide member, Mr. Vanderpool, was there, and you was there as well,
Hello,
Madam Speaker.
proceed.
It was no secret meeting. It was not a secret meeting. It was just post house. It was
It was your
post-house
preliminary
meeting.
birthday party at the house.
But anyway, Madam
Proceed,
Speaker,
yes, proceed.
We needed
Thank
that man laughter. Madam Speaker, that was the last point I was making. But in reality, Madam Speaker, I think a very, very important point came up in that discourse. The information that is given to the public. Because I'll say again, Madam Speaker, we here as to make submissions on behalf of the people of Anguilla, to bring clarity to the people of Anguilla. And the information is needed because at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, I think sometimes we forget with all the political wrangling back and forth that this is for the people of Anguilla. And if the people of Anguilla leave from listening to these meetings more confused, with less information than when we started, then we are not doing our job. Then we are not doing our job. When I stand up on a presentation, and this is why I said at the beginning, I'm just going to highlight the one area I see. And the one area I see is that we have increased the budget. We have increased the budget. We have increased it by $26 million, and that falls on us, the taxpayers. A bigger budget means more, and we have increased it in the recurrent. And recurrent means that more than likely that is what is going to be more in the next budget cycle. And it's important for us to get it right and let the people of Anguilla know. So whatever needs to be asked in committee stage by the members so that clarity can be given to the people of Anguilla, let clarity be given. But at the end of the day, we do have a bigger budget. We do have a budget that has increased by $26 million. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member, and I'm always appreciative of your ability to take these things in stride. We can always agree to disagree, and then you're absolutely right. In committee stage, we will try to get the clarity that we need. I recognize the Honorable Single Island-wide Electoral District Member Hodge. And you will not get the extra time because it's not your birthday, so remember our timelines.
Madam Speaker, good morning, and good morning to the House. Good morning to the people of Anguilla. And I want to extend birthday greetings to my good friend across the aisle, Honorable Merrick Richardson. May he have a wonderful, wonderful day today. Madam Speaker, I want to begin my contribution by expressing my thanks and appreciation to the PSs, both PSs, Mrs. Harden Hodge and PS Demis Adams, for the outstanding work that they have done, and also to the PricewaterhouseCoopers and all those involved in the departmental studies, the interviews. This process was a very long one, and tremendous amount of work was done to arrive at this stage. So the task before them was a very hard one, Madam Speaker. It wasn't just a salary review, it was also a regrading exercise, both of which were long overdue. And Madam Speaker, before I even go on further, I want to welcome back to Anguilla the Leader of Opposition. Welcome him back, and I want to encourage him, Madam Speaker, to spend more time here, because this isn't 2019 when he was just the leader of a political party, the APM. This time around, he's the district representative. He's also the leader of the party, and he's also the leader of opposition. And all three of these roles are very important roles, not to be taken lightly. But the people of Anguilla and the people of District 1 are noticing his absence. Madam Speaker, if I were to summarize the supplementary budget in one short sentence, it would be this. This supplementary budget is about people. And I repeat that. This supplementary budget is about people. It is about delivering promised salary increases to the public servants. It is about supporting healthcare, about maintaining public safety, about providing relief for families who are facing higher costs of living. It is about meeting existing obligations of government. This supplementary budget is not about government going on a spending spree. It is not about creating new programs for the sake of creating programs. It is about putting money where it was always intended to go, into the ministries and departments that serve the people of Anguilla every single day. Madam Speaker, the largest component of this supplementary budget relates to the Public Service Compensation Review. And I think it is important for the people of Anguilla to understand exactly what is happening. These funds were already approved by the House in November of 2026, November of 2025. They were not hidden. They were not unplanned. They were deliberately held centrally within the Ministry of Finance while the compensation review process was being worked on, and it is now completed. The regrading exercise by itself, Madam Speaker, was a major undertaking. Determining where positions belong within the structure was one exercise. Determining appropriate compensation levels was another exercise entirely. It took time to get it right. It started under one administration and it is being completed under another. And today, we're at the stage where those funds can now be transferred from the Ministry of Finance restricted account to the individual ministries and departments where the salaries are actually paid. Madam Speaker, is it without fault? Certainly not. Is it without anomalies? Certainly not. But we expect that where there are issues, where there are real issues, that they be addressed. Madam Speaker, when we talk about compensation, we are talking about putting extra money in people's pocket. And that was the point that the Honorable Member for Valley South made. This increase in civil service salaries, Madam Speaker, it goes a long way to assist families. He made that point extremely well. And it goes into the general economy of Anguilla. So, what has happened, Madam Speaker, and I believe it is safe to say that no one will be left worse off than their previous position. There is something in there for everyone. There is an increase somewhere for every single civil servant. And I believe I'm correct in what I'm saying. Whether it's teachers who educate our children, nurses who take care of our loved ones, those who are sick, police officers, fire officers, engineers, technicians, our crossing guards. There's another term, there's another name for crossing guards. Safety officers, administrative staff, permanent secretaries, principal assistant secretaries, directors, legislators, unestablished workers, all throughout the public service. Madam Speaker, the public service has endured difficult periods over the years. There were times when increments were frozen. There were times when employees were asked to make something out of nothing. So with this step today, Madam Speaker, to implement the new structure and the new salary revision, while it may not be perfect and appreciated by every single individual, Madam Speaker, it is a step forward in the right direction. It is also my hope that bringing our public service salaries in line with the BVI and other overseas territories we can attract and retain more local talent. And Madam Speaker, I was extremely disappointed yesterday when I tuned in to the opposition program on Radio Anguilla, and I heard a visitor that they had on the program making reference to the salary revision being made to attract foreigners to take up local government jobs. And that if we're going to do that, then we cannot say nothing to the hotel industry when they bring in foreigners to work as well. Madam Speaker, that was such a reckless statement being made by Kishka Brooks on that program. Reckless. And it was made in the presence of others, other leaders.
On the point of order, Speaker, two things. The program on Monday was not the regular opposition program, one. And if I recall the program, it was myself, Dr. Webster, the member for Island Harbor, the member for Road South, and the former island-wide member, Miss Quincy Gomes. Maybe I don't recall a kiss, and it was hosted. The producer was Mr. Kelsick. I don't remember no Mr. Brooks or Miss Brooks being in attendance.
Remember, he's clarified who attended the show yesterday and that it was not an opposition
He's correct.
show.
The member is correct.
Okay, he's accepted the correction.
Yeah. Correction accepted. Madam Speaker, as leaders, we have to be careful of the information we are disseminating to the public. And I found it very erroneous, Madam Speaker, for that statement to be made and the leader of the opposition present and didn't say anything. You know, we have to be serious. You know, this thing about joking and making fun and trying to just get one up on the other one, it doesn't make any sense. When we go at it, Madam Speaker, who suffers? The people suffers. So to make such an incorrect statement that the revised salaries, and I thought they weren't attractive enough, but it was said that we are trying to attract foreigners to hold government jobs. Madam Speaker, I'll move on to other components of this supplementary budget. The water cooperation debt that was owed to Anglic for a long time. So this is even before the Department of Water Services. This is the water cooperation over the years accrued a massive bill. And I'm happy, Madam Speaker, to see that we have taken that debt seriously and we've decided to discuss with Anglic a complete settlement so that they now can use this liquidity, Madam Speaker, because this is money that was owed to them for years. And based on the agreement that was made by the previous government, it would have taken them 10 additional years to finally get the entire sum that was owed. It is unfair. And maybe at the time, you know, better could not have been done. And I understand that. We recognize that. And we appreciate that. And this is why, because we can do better, we are making the effort, Madam Speaker, to do better. And Madam Speaker, while I'm on water, I touched on water, and I want to thank the Department of Water Services, the entire team for the work that they have been doing, Madam Speaker. When we got elected a year and 3 months ago, water was at its worst. When I took over the ministry, of Water, the Department of Water Services. I met a team with low morale, a team of on-call workers and workers who did overtime, who were not paid for a year and change, Madam Speaker. And the former Minister of Water, the member from Road South, wish he was in the room. Maybe he can hear me in the back and come out. He want to say that he looked after water and only visited the department once in his entire 5 years. Madam Speaker, such a critical utility like water, we cannot ignore. And we have displayed time and time again that water is a priority. And I want to thank the Premier Minister of Finance for also supporting us in this endeavor to make water a priority and to ensure that this year, 2 major sections in this country, pipe will be laid to increase the flow, to increase the delivery and the distribution of water to homes and businesses throughout Anguilla. We are at the point right now where the bids are being assessed. And the assessment, Madam Speaker, I was told, should be completed this week. So we are hoping, with our fingers crossed, that all goes well and that someone is awarded the job to fix the area from Jeremiah, the Jeremiah Gums Highway down to the Blum Point Road. And we've also, just to update the public, we've also submitted our procurement documents to the procurement committee for their review and onward submission to the procurement unit for the Proctor, the eastern side of the island, from JW Proctor all the way to Sandy Hill. So that paperwork is done, it's being reviewed, and it will soon be out for bidding. And Madam Speaker, we're not done after that with water. While this is happening, we're assessing the transmission line from Crocus Bay up to Crocus Hill to ensure that we are getting the right amount of water, to ensure that we are not wasting water along the way. And just to add, Madam Speaker, we are also looking to move towards a study, Madam Speaker, to implement solar for the production of water that will cut the cost down significantly. So these are all the things we are doing, Madam Speaker. We fixed the morale within the department. We have continued to fix leaks. We brought in the C900 pipe to fix 2 critical areas in this country, Madam Speaker. We are going upstairs, Madam Speaker, so that the entire staff, because we're employing more and more people, so that the entire staff, Madam Speaker, can be properly housed. Once these things are done, we are looking to increase production, because we cannot have a utility that as soon as we produce water, it is distributed. If it's made last night, it's all done by 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. That is not sustainable. We will never get 24/7 water that way. We have to have reserves of at least 3 to 4 million gallons of water. And that is our goal. That is our aim, and we will deliver on that promise, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also want to touch on the streetlight situation a little bit, because it takes a mature administration to sit across the table with Anglic and their board to come to a resolution on this. And you have to have morals too, because sometimes everything is not legislated, but that moral compass within should say, man, if we have over 2,000 street lights We cannot pay for 200. We cannot. So it takes a mature administration to say, okay, it's on us to update the legislation. We have not done so, but you have proven to us that there are over 2,000 streetlights that are on. So how is it, in good conscience, we're going to pay for 200? That is abuse, Madam Speaker. That is abuse. And we have sat down with Anglic and we have decided to squash this, to pay that bill, because it was electricity used. And who is responsible for streetlights? The government of Anguilla. Madam Speaker, we will have to bring the legislation to this House to ensure that it is updated properly. But even in the meantime, we are honoring the bills that must be honored. Madam Speaker, going more into the supplementary budget, we see a provision of over 15 million EC dollars that is going to be set aside just in case there's a need to continue the relief throughout the rest of the year, just in case. That money is being ring-fenced, over 15 million EC dollars. So the people of Anguilla could know that we will have their back all the time. When the going gets tough, the government will be there to assist. And Speaker, this is major, because we hear from the other side, oh, we should have done the $500 credit. That $500 credit, it worked for homes only. But what about the businesses, Madam Speaker? What about the businesses? That was a one-shot credit. That was easy to do. We took on the harder challenge, Madam Speaker, to go beyond that. Because while that $500 credit was applied for the month, we did 2 months back to back in the first instance. And if necessary, we going further. And in speaking to some businesses, in speaking to some supermarkets, they were extremely pleased with the relief that they saw on their bill. One supermarket, $35,000 credit. Another supermarket, $42,000 credit. You know what that did? What that did for that supermarket, Madam Speaker? It saved a lot of liquidity. It allowed them to keep their prices down. They didn't have a need to increase prices on the consumer because they got credits. Government covered in this difficult time, Madam Speaker. So we have studied this more carefully. We've taken the time, Madam Speaker. And even prior, so this over $15 million, Madam Speaker, carries us down through the year if necessary. But even in addition to this, we would have done the FOB, where we removed the duties that was applied to freight and insurance. Madam Speaker, importers are jumping happy. They've increased their container loads. They're ordering more containers than they did before. I am out there asking people, how is it going for them? And that is the response. I'm not an importer right now. This is what the importers are telling me. And I would like the member for Road South to go and speak to some of these importers. Go and speak to the electronic importers. Go and speak to the hardware importers, you'll see they are doubling up because now the duties is off of freight and insurance. They are stockpiling. This is not a question, Madam Speaker. This is a fact. That is good for this country. More stock on hand, whether it's in the supermarkets, or the hardwares, or the clothing stores, or the electronic stores, more stock on hand gives an advantage. There's availability. And if they are bulk buying, it means that they can even demand a better price, a better rate. One store owner told me, Madam Speaker, that they are now more competitive with St. Martin based on that measure. And this is something that the opposition should support, Madam Speaker. They should support it because anything that makes competition better with our neighboring island.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, because the member is impugned the proper motive, but he said we should support it.
Wait. Oh.
Because the record will show that when that came to the House, we did support the removal of duties on freight and insurance.
When it came to the House, the opposition voted. Was that not the day that the opposition didn't vote? What's your response to the point of order?
Madam Speaker, the member was laughing, and the member.
That's what I thought, that they
Yeah.
were laughing at your presentation.
Yeah,
I don't know
and-
which part was funny, so I was waiting to hear what was the point of order. You were laughing at his presentation, so
I don't think we need to argue this.
I'm not
because
arguing. I just find it
was looking
hilarious that you want me to correct them when they're cross-talking, but I intentionally ignored you laughing at the member while he was
No, I was
presenting,
not
and then you
laughing
took a
at
point
him.
of order.
I was not laughing at him, Madam Speaker, but
But you were laughing.
yeah, I was laughing.
Okay,
But I was
very
looking
good.
at something on my phone. I was laughing at something on my
Very
phone. Madam
good.
Speaker.
Okay. So if you were listening, he wasn't saying that you didn't support it. He was saying that you should support the shipment part of his presentation. His presentation wasn't about, I have it. He was talking about the bulk buying. That's when you laughed. I can actually hear very well, so I was hearing everything and I ignored it. He was talking about the bulk buying and how they're stocking up. And then he said that's something you ought to support. He wasn't talking about supporting the legislation that allows them to do it. But proceed, member.
Madam Speaker, thank you.
And I'm sorry that you were the
Yeah. Yeah, I spoke through a lot of talking, to maintain my focus.
It distracts me.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Madam Speaker, so we would have removed the duties and the taxes from gasoline, from the port, and that too, Madam Speaker, was well received by the general public. And we will continue, Madam Speaker, as best as possible, as long as we have the fiscal space, as long as the economy continues to perform. And it is performing, and we thank God for that, because other places in this world, Madam Speaker, things are down, especially in the Middle East. So while we are far away from the war and we are not seeing bombs, we are feeling the effects of the rising costs. But we thank God that even through that, our tourism numbers, as the Minister of Tourism, the member for West End, said yesterday, our numbers are looking good. And Madam Speaker, I have some numbers. We had 6 consecutive months of tourism growth. We had 2 months in 2025 where there were 2 slight decreases year over year, and that was September and October. And those are our slowest months traditionally. But we had 6 months. So from November, we saw a 16% increase in our tourism arrivals from the November in 2024. December, we saw a 20.9% increase over December 2024. In January of 2026, we saw a 24.5% increase over January 2025. In February, we saw 18.5% increase over February of 2025. In March of 2026, we saw a 47.3% increase over March of 2025. In April of 2026, we saw a 41.7% increase over April of 2025, Madam Speaker. And we thank God and we thank the people of Anguilla, the tourism workers who continue to do their job, because most of our visitors, Madam Speaker, are repeat guests. And the only reason why they keep coming is because of the hospitality and the good food and beaches that we have. And the people. And the people, Madam Speaker. So we thank God for this, Madam Speaker. You know, I wanted to go somewhere else with it, but I leave the politics out of it right now. Allow the member to wrap up. Because he's the last speaker, Honorable Evan McNeil Rogers. He's the last speaker. I don't want to get into any more tangles, Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, in closing, this supplementary budget supports the civil service. It supports medical care, supports families, supports public safety. It honors our debt and obligations. It invests in essential services. It helps us to maintain a strong economy, even while the world is in turmoil. It supports strong tourism performance by marketing Anguilla, marketing new routes. So, Madam Speaker, this is an entire package, Madam Speaker, that can only benefit Anguilla in the long run. And I want to thank the Premier for her leadership and thank her ministry for all the hard work that they have done, and thank the people of Anguilla for their continued support. Thank you.
This Honorable House stands down for 5 minutes. Honorable members, this House resumes its sitting. You may be seated. I recognize the Honorable Single Island-Wide Electoral District Member Rogers.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. A pleasant good morning to you, Madam Speaker, and to all the honorable members of this House, and to the listening and viewing audience, Madam Speaker. And I would also want to wish birthday greetings to the honorable member for Road North, Mr. Merrick Richardson. One day, maybe you will be the grandfather of the House. It's a long way in coming. Madam Speaker, I rise this morning with mixed emotions in support of this supplemental appropriation bill. Mixed emotions, Madam Speaker, because after approximately about 18 years without any noticeable and meaningful salary increases, I believe that we all are in unison across the aisle with respect to increasing the salary of our civil servants, public servants. And Madam Speaker, also an increase for the legislators, because I'm not afraid to say that. Been in this House, Madam Speaker, for a number of years, and a number of increases, so to speak. Because 18 years ago, I was here as well and supported that increase at the time. Yes, we may have differences, Madam Speaker, in terms of the quantum. We may have differences, Madam Speaker, in terms of the grading, the job description, etc. And I would hasten to say, Madam Speaker, that I don't believe that there is anything that we can or will do to satisfy everyone. Madam Speaker, there will always be outliers. But I believe that this is a step in the right direction in addressing a long overdue issue. I am sure, Madam Speaker, that there will be a number of adjustments. We will have to revisit and reclassify some of the job descriptions and the gradings, etc. And when I say we, Madam Speaker, I'm talking about public admin, the government in general, Madam Speaker. Mixed emotions, Madam Speaker, because some of the public servants who will be getting increases, and in some cases, significant increases, Madam Speaker, must be held accountable and responsible, Madam Speaker, for their job performances. Must be. I'd want to reiterate that. Through you, Madam Speaker, I would want to say to the Deputy Governor that there must be a mechanism put in place to monitor and evaluate the performance of civil servants. There must be consequences, Madam Speaker, for non-performance of civil servants. And it cannot be business as usual. We cannot revert, Madam Speaker, to just transferring unproductive and problematic civil servants with the same salary proportional to holder, to another department without consequences, Madam Speaker. Because we are standing here. We all are in unison, as I mentioned earlier, in terms of increasing the salaries. And we must also, Madam Speaker, be in unison when it comes to holding the public servants accountable for their performance in their workplace and in their jobs, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it cannot be what I would describe as a mock annual appraisal or performance review without nothing being recorded. And let me explain, Madam Speaker. I am sure over the years that there would have been annual reviews. And it is clear that some of the non-productive or unproductive public servants, problematic civil servants, when you look at their record, Madam Speaker, there is nothing recorded. And we all know, because it's a small society, we all know of civil servants who are unproductive and problematic. So I would want to say to the governor, through you, Madam Speaker, that I believe in pay for performance in whatever grading system or mechanism that is being used. So we have to have, or we have to put teeth, Madam Speaker, into these performance reviews, even if it calls for dismissal, Madam Speaker, because no one that I can remember, and I don't trust my memory these days, would have been dismissed from the civil service or public servants for non-performance or being problematic in their areas of duty. Stand to be corrected. Madam Speaker, increases in salaries, yes. Meaningful performance reviews, yes. As I said before, consequences, including dismissals for non-performing employees, yes. Will everyone be satisfied with the exercise thus far, Madam Speaker? No. Is this exercise completely etched in stone, done and dusted? I believe no. So I'm sure, Madam Speaker, that there will be tweaks as we go along, necessary tweaks as we go along with the grading exercises, with the compensation packages, and so on. Madam Speaker, is it sustainable? And the member for Road South would have said in his presentation that he's a God-fearing man, and I'm paraphrasing, and he prayed and he believed, based on the statistical information provided by the Minister of Finance, that it will be sustainable. However, Madam Speaker, if it's not sustainable, Madam Speaker, everyone is getting an increase now. And if it's not sustainable, then everyone, Madam Speaker, would be expected to weigh in terms of the reduction. And Madam Speaker, I say this up front, because I was a member of this honorable House when those increases were given. And I was also a member of the honorable House during that time, around 2009, the latter part of 2008, 2009, when the bottom fell out globally from a financial perspective. And we decided there and then to reduce the salaries of the civil servants with the intention that when the economy turns around, that those salaries will be reinstated. Madam Speaker, I would have noticed, and I'm going to get to that a little later, that the leader of the opposition, the member for District 1, would have mentioned about reinstating the salaries to 2009 and 2008 levels. So, Madam Speaker, when things are going well, you reward. When things, Madam Speaker, decrease, then we all have to take the burden. And the member for Road South mentioned, and I'm going to touch on that a little later, about the increases on the Anguilla United Front and the leadership of Osborne Fleming. He spoke about that. But he didn't mention, Madam Speaker, that when those reductions were made, the legislators' salaries were reduced at a higher percentage than the civil servant. So I just want to make that clear, because I was part of it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am sure, like everything else, this isn't perfect, Madam Speaker, and that at the end of the day, we need to address it together. This bill, Madam Speaker, as the previous speakers would have mentioned, the summary of it, angling in respect to outstanding balances, the Water Corporation judgment, and the Honorable Minister and island-wide candidate, Mr. Hodge, would have explained in his presentation in detail what is taking place there. Madam Speaker, additional funding for medical treatment overseas to meet increased demand of overseas medical care and associated patient support costs of $3 million. Madam Speaker, this has been a long and outstanding issue, not only with this administration or the previous administration, but administrations before. It is unpredictable, Madam Speaker. And if we budget $3 million, and the $3 million is utilized within the first 4 months, Madam Speaker, help me, next year's budget, I would expect that you would include the actual expenditure as a starting point, because it's not going to decrease, Madam Speaker. It's not going to decrease. And the member for District 1 mentioned, and we're going to come to that a little later, about what we need to do, Madam Speaker, in order to curtail or to reduce the medical treatment overseas. It's a process, and we are on our way towards that. Madam Speaker, funding to continue the government fuel surcharge relief program and support application of credits to eligible customer accounts. Contingency provisioning to the tune of some $15.8 million. Madam Speaker, this is for the consumers. This is for the Anguillan people, Madam Speaker. I grew up, we didn't have electricity in Shoal Bay, Madam Speaker. So I know what it is to have Tilly lamps, home sweet home, and the rest of it, Madam Speaker. It's not so anymore, Madam Speaker. And as a result of that, we have no control over oil prices. You'll hear the opposition talking about high price of oil and cost of living and so on and so forth. Yes, Madam Speaker. And while, Madam Speaker, we are producing some vegetables and farming products in the Valley Bottom, I had never heard that we have discovered oil there in the Valley Bottom. So we don't have no control over that, Madam Speaker. And as a result of that, Madam Speaker, this administration, with $15.28 million to assist our people with that, Madam Speaker, must be commendable. Whether it comes through $500 EC dollars credit, this quantum here, Madam Speaker, is commendable. The process, whether it's $500, whether it's $700 or whatever it is, Madam Speaker, I am saying that this is commendable and it is significant, Madam Speaker. And as Anguillians, we all should welcome it. Madam Speaker, additional funding for the Royal Anguilla Police Force and the UK Armed Forces joint program, safety, of course, Madam Speaker. Extension, as they said, from August to December 2026. And Madam Speaker, I am saying this publicly, that the capacity building within the Royal Anguilla Police Force and the armed officers must be improved. If the British officers are here, Madam Speaker, with a particular responsibility, that sort of information and training should be transformed or transitioned into our local folks. We all are concerned about safety and solving issues, Madam Speaker, and we should be, because the people of this country gave us the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to be here in this assembly and to do things, Madam Speaker, with their interests at heart. We're not going to please everyone, but Madam Speaker, the vast majority of the Anguillan people should be taken into consideration. Madam Speaker, it says authority only provision to address urgent personnel needs within the services of health department, funded through project personnel emolument savings. Madam Speaker, when I saw that first, I'm easily confused. But the permanent secretary of finance will be here in the committee stage to explain all of it. My understanding of it is, okay, we're going to move around some things because there's no figure here under unfilled positions so that we can, Madam Speaker, attend to urgent needs. And Madam Speaker, under this provision that is here, I would say there are 7 positions that we are going to fill urgently. And Madam Speaker, that is an orthopedic surgeon to be registered here, to be stationed here in Anguilla, Madam Speaker, and an ophthalmologist. And Madam Speaker, in addition to that, 2 additional positions for radiographers, because there's no secret. And while the member for Valley North mentioned that I don't like to blow my own horn, I don't. But the increases in services, the increasing services that we are going to provide from the imaging department, we need additional services and personnel. Madam Speaker, 2 positions. And on another item there under that, Madam Speaker, is 2 positions for medical technologists in the lab, Madam Speaker. There's no getting away from it, Madam Speaker, that finding applicants is difficult. They're all waiting to see exactly what sort of increase in salaries that we are talking about. So they'll be. And in addition to that, a morgue attendant, an additional morgue attendant. 2 specialists, 2 radiographers, 2 medical technologists, 1 morgue attendant under that. Additional funding for subvention to the Anguilla Community College and the Tourism Board to meet the per year compensation. Madam Speaker, I am one who believes that we as a government ought to pay more attention to the community college and invest more in the community college. As we speak, Madam Speaker, there is a program going on at the football dormitory. It started last week, Tuesday. It's called the Soft Skills Training Program for the Department of Health Services workers. Everyone, Madam Speaker, must do it. It is compulsory. And Madam Speaker, it is equivalent to customer service in the hospitality industry. The member for District Number 1 can attest to this, that at the end of the day, when you show up at 2 a.m. in the morning, especially here in Anguilla, when there is only one 24-hour health facility, you're not going there, Madam Speaker, for chicken and chips, or to have a glass of wine, or to have some whiskey. You're going there, Madam Speaker, because of a health issue, pain, and so on. The way we treat our patients and their families are of paramount importance. It goes a long way, Madam Speaker, in terms of dealing with treatment of health ailments. So, Madam Speaker, that is going on. And it's going to take 2 sessions, 3 months for 1 set. And next January, Madam Speaker, we will start another 3 months of training for those who were not trained in this cohort. That is because, of course, limited staff. And the doors of the facility must still remain open. Services must still be given, Madam Speaker. So we are staggering it so that we will be able to deal with it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I see here reallocation of provisions for office accommodation, capital budget, grants, combinations, and so on and so forth. There, all again in unison. It seems to me that the only contentious item here on this, Madam Speaker, is the provision for the purchase of the Anguilla UK office accommodation, Madam Speaker. And rightfully so, it has been removed from this supplemental appropriations. But I would dare to say, Madam Speaker, that the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance and my colleagues, that we bring this back to the House as a substantive issue that must be dealt with ASAP, Madam Speaker. Out of the supplemental, but there must be ways and means in order to be able to bring this back. And Madam Speaker, I say this with the full knowledge that 2 weeks ago, Madam Speaker, I had the opportunity to visit 21 Fleet Street. Madam Speaker, in some circles, you would hear that, oh, there's a house, they're purchasing a house in the United Kingdom, and all sorts of stuff. Madam Speaker, this property is located in what I would describe, Madam Speaker, as the Times Square of London. Madam Speaker, this is not only a property to have a presence in one of the world's financial capitals, which is London, and with Anguilla's emerging image as the .ai capital of the world, Anguilla's image in the tourism industry, Madam Speaker, a presence is not only needed in London, but should be in Canada and the United States as well. And Madam Speaker, when I refer to this, the honorable member for Road South, and I'm going to come back to that, a founding member of AIM. Some of the young folks wouldn't know what AIM is. AIM was the Anguilla Independence Movement. It was around a long time, and I believe that he was a founding member of it. Okay? And he made a suggestion with respect to my comments about independence. And Madam Speaker, my comments about independence, they have not changed, Madam Speaker. I believe in independence, but we have to make sure that we have mechanisms put in place so that we can attain financial independence before political independence. And Madam Speaker, he made mention in his presentation about the Honorable Osborne Fleming with the remarks that he made to the British government about coming for your country and so on. Yes, it was said. And that honorable member, Madam Speaker, leader of government business, had the right to say it. Because at that point in time, Madam Speaker, things were difficult here for our people. And he said the last time he checked, the Union Jack was still flying down in Old Tyre. And before he increased taxes on his people who are suffering, then they can come down and take this country, because he's not going to do it. And I would have loved, Madam Speaker, for that same approach if it was taken in 2020 when the former administration came to office. And there's no secret. They talk about how things were rough and how this and there wasn't any reserves and so on. There couldn't be, Madam Speaker. We were in COVID-19. The entire country was shut down. And at that particular point in time, Madam Speaker, there was no .ai. So we were dependent totally on tourism.
Madam Speaker, On a point of order, the member stated that there was no .ai. .ai has been around since 1995, and revenues from .ai were coming to the Treasury in 2019 and 2020 and 2021. So .ai was indeed around.
Yes, Madam Speaker, and he's correct. That AI was around. And let me put it in context. If that AI in 2019, the revenues from that AI in 2019 was $50, it's 500,000 now. Just into perspective. So when I said there were no .ai at that particular point in time, it was insignificant compared to what it is today. You understand, Madam Speaker?
Yes, I understand the point. I understand. I appreciate the clarification as well. I understand it. Thank you.
It was around for a long time, and he's correct with that. But I'm talking the significance of the revenue that was generated at that particular point in time. And Madam Speaker, when I said that, if the previous administration had said to the British government at that particular point in time, look, our shores, our country was closed down. There were no tourists coming in, Madam Speaker. In Blowing Point in particular, Madam Speaker, and I can be corrected, it probably was 11 to 13 months before a boat from Blowing Point went into Marigot. Of course, there was some services to the Dutch side. And during that time, and correct me if I'm wrong, in the 2021 budget, Madam Speaker, there were increases, Madam Speaker, in healthcare services. There were increases, Madam Speaker, in embarkation taxes, Madam Speaker, when the country was closed. So we supported the former chief minister on the stance that he took when he declared, Madam Speaker, that the British government can come for the country.
Similar to the member yesterday. Madam Speaker, point of order. The member is misleading, misrepresenting the facts. He is saying, the member, single island wide, member Mr. Rogers is saying that the former administration, I assume he means our administration, should have taken the same stance that Chief Minister Fleming took back in 2010. Madam Speaker.
But that's his opinion. What's the point of order?
The point of order, Madam Speaker, is that he's intentionally misleading because he would remember that it was June 11 of 2020 when his chief minister, his premier at the time, signed the MOU that allowed the GST to be advanced, the tax.
He's referring to Chief Minister Fleming. He said that the administration should have taken the position that Chief Minister Fleming took back in 2020. And then you rose on a point of order. He wasn't talking about the immediate predecessor.
Madam Speaker, he talked about our administration not taking that same attitude toward introducing tax. He fails to continue to inform the public that his administration under Premier Victor Banks.
No, the point of order you took is in reference to his statement on Chief Minister Fleming, 2010. Did you say 2010, Chief Minister Fleming?
It was 2009, between 2005 and 2009, Madam
Right,
Speaker.
that's what I have. But you said 2010, Chief Minister Fleming.
2009 it was.
Okay,
Chief Minister Fleming.
right. Not Premier Banks.
Madam Speaker, may I clarify my point of
Sure.
order, please? The member said that he would have liked for the previous administration, referring to the APM administration, to take the same stance that Chief Minister Fleming took in terms of introducing tax. And what I'm saying, my point of order is that he's misleading intentionally because he knows that he's talking about the goods and service tax. The goods and service tax was started in October of 2019 under his administration, under Premier Victor Banks. The GST was, when the MOU was signed on June 11 of 2020, the country was already closed down, COVID was already here, and the GST was one of the provisions of accepting the money, the $100 million for COVID relief. The member knows that, but he's intentionally misleading the public to say that the APM administration should have taken the same stance that Mr. Fleming took to say, come and take your country instead of introducing taxes.
That's his opinion. He can say that. He can say anything.
But when we- but-
Your administration did what you did, but he's just saying that you ought to have done that. And it happens on both sides. You're telling them what they ought to do too. And that's not objectionable.
But, Speaker, when we give our opinions, it is struck down and saying that's not the facts. I am saying that
I
the
haven't ruled
member
on a
is
point of
intentionally
order about
misleading.
your opinion. Your
Okay,
entire
I-
speech was your opinion of what they should do. And I haven't struck down anything that anybody on this side has says as it relates to what they ought to do in this budgetary debate. He is saying what your administration ought to have done. None of it takes anybody anyway, but all of the presentations have been, I agree with your budget, but I wouldn't have done it this way. He's now saying, you were in office, I wouldn't have done it that way. There's nothing objectionable. That's everybody's view. I might do it a different way. It doesn't matter. And I have not struck down anything that anybody said about what they, on the government side. He's particularly pointing to 2010. You can proceed.
Madam Speaker, you know, I don't want to get in a political tangle with the leader of the opposition because we can do that. I made no mention, Madam Speaker, of the former AUF Chief Minister / Premier, the Honorable Victor Franklin Banks. I made no mention about it. I purposefully named Mr. Fleming based on the presentation that was made by the Honorable Member for Road North. And Madam Speaker, I would want to thank, I'm sure that you can go back and look and see exactly what the member said. And he mentioned Osborne Fleming's name in particular, and I was responding to that. So I don't understand where the leader of the opposition and his team is coming from. I was clear with respect to what I was talking about. But let's move on, Madam Speaker. There are a number of falsehoods that the member for Road South would have mentioned in his presentation. And Madam Speaker, as you rightfully mentioned, yesterday in the presentation from the single island-wide member, Sir Jason Bryan, I'm not going to call him a liar, Madam Speaker. All I am going to say is that the truthfulness of some of the things that he would have said in his presentation yesterday needs to be questioned. Some falsehoods, Madam Speaker, and I can go on and point them out, Madam Speaker. But at the end of the day, I would want all the members of this honorable House, Madam Speaker, and the public to know that whatever we say here in this honorable House, Madam Speaker, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, can be transcribed in real time. Am I correct, Madam Speaker? Good. So that's a clear indication that we must be truthful in our presentations. And I'll come to that, Madam Speaker, a little later on. And I don't want to use the terminology that, as you mentioned yesterday, is unbecoming of this honorable House. So there are certain descriptive words, Madam Speaker, that we will remove. So I will just use falsehoods or truthfulness, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it was said, and I quote, that in the latter part of 2005, Madam Speaker, that there was an increase, Madam Speaker, that was conducted by the Political Directorate and led by the Anguilla United Front, Mr. Osborne Fleming. Raised the salaries of the parliamentarians and only the parliamentarians alone. He also said that he was not bashing, and I'm paraphrasing now, Mr. Fleming, because at that time, he believed that the salary was 9,000 EC dollars or something like that a month. So he's not bashing it. Madam Speaker, he went on to say that when the public service got wind of it, and I want the general public to know, Madam Speaker, that as parliamentarians, Madam Speaker, whatever compensation that we get, it is processed through the ministries that has employees or public servants. And it is processed through the treasury, Madam Speaker, that also has public servants. Got wind of it, Madam Speaker. They protested. Again, Madam Speaker, we would want to believe some of these things. They raised the salaries again for all public servants. At the top, it was some 25%, at the bottom, 5.5% to 7.5%, and 27%, I believe. Those are the quotations from the member for Road South. His salary were raised again and again in 2009 when Anguilla was gripped. Madam Speaker, 2009, I just mentioned earlier on that the bottom fell out in the latter part of 2008. We were in this honorable house and we brought a budget to the house. At the time, it was over $300 million. It was described as the big boys budget. And Madam Speaker, lo and behold, less than 200,000 in revenue was collected on a budget that we had forecast to be over $300 million. Big boys budget. So I don't know who in their right mind, in government or out of government, would want to increase salaries, Madam Speaker, in 2009. Madam Speaker, 2009 began the reduction of salaries. We increased them, Madam Speaker, in 2007, and in 2009, Madam Speaker, we had to reduce them. And then the former AUM administration, who assumed office in 2010, they had to reduce again, Madam Speaker. So I don't know who would want to believe that in 2009, knowing the condition of the economy at that particular point in time, Madam Speaker, would have want to increase salaries. Again, truthfulness of statements and certain falsehoods. It's up to the public to decide on that. Madam Speaker, I want to touch a little bit on what the Honorable Leader of the Opposition mentioned. And as I said before, he said we reversed the 2009 and 2010 cuts for the public servants to get them back to their salaries of 2008. Yes, commendable. And Madam Speaker, he also said that Anguilla Progressive Movement commissioned a comprehensive salary and compensation review. You would have heard the Deputy Governor say that PwC was commissioned in February of 2024. February of 2024. I'm paraphrasing here now, Madam Speaker, because the Honorable Member for District 1 would have said in his presentation that if this present AUF administration had followed the blueprint that we met there, Anguilla would have been in a better position, right? Madam Speaker, February 2024, this administration, the members of this administration are on the other side of the aisle. And just to inform the public that this exercise, Madam Speaker, was commissioned by the former administration. Madam Speaker, the terms of reference was done under the previous administration. And Madam Speaker, one has to be careful when making certain statements Because I will come to that in a little while, Madam Speaker, when I get a little deeper into that presentation, into the member's presentation. Madam Speaker, when we talk about the $3 million increase in medical services, and he said, and I quote, Madam Speaker, that is concerning because it is an intention that we improve our healthcare services, upgrades to the hospital, Madam Speaker, ICU included in the budget for 2026, and now reiterated in this supplemental specialist services. This is what we should be concentrating on, Madam Speaker. In that regard, equipment and support staff, Madam Speaker, I think of the $9.5 million. Quoted, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, let me address through you the member. We are addressing that. We are addressing that. You are right. We are addressing that, Madam Speaker. And then the question through you, Madam Speaker, that as leader of government business from June 2020 until February 2025, not only as a healthcare specialist, but as leader of the government business, the occupant of the highest elected office in this country, as Minister of Finance, Madam Speaker, and as Minister of Health, I have not seen the type of improvements, Madam Speaker, in healthcare that the honorable member mentioned in his presentation, Madam Speaker. I haven't seen it. With the exception, Madam Speaker, of the junior and senior shield. Programs, Madam Speaker, that I wholeheartedly endorse, and that we will, Madam Speaker, address them. Because as we speak, Madam Speaker, if the government pharmacy, just using it as an example, does not have medication for a 72-year-old, and through no fault of their own, because we're part of the OECS PPS, through no fault of their own. If the government pharmacy does not have medication, Madam Speaker, that 72-year-old must go to the two private pharmacies and pay 100% of the cost of the drugs. So through you, Madam Speaker, and to the member, we are looking at that. Similar to how insurances work. Whether government is going to take responsibility for 80% and the patient pays the 20% at the pharmacies, Madam Speaker, we are looking at that. The Ministry of Finance and the Minister of Finance and all sorts of actuarial studies, whether we can afford it again or whether it's sustainable, Madam Speaker, will have to be dealt with. So we are expanding it. Madam Speaker, if you need a procedure that is not done at the government facility and is done down at Hughes Medical Center, Madam Speaker, and you're 73 years old, you have to pay 100% for it down there. And we are going to be working with all the establishment to be able to assist them, Madam Speaker. That is what we are doing, and a responsible government should have done. Madam Speaker, thanks to a generous donation from Connie and Gary Shaw, we are implementing a meds access program which begins on the 15th of this month. The first phase of it, Madam Speaker, is to cover those who do not have any insurance at all. It is in phases. We don't have the data to say that there are 200 Anguillians that are uninsured and stuff. And we are collecting that data as we go along, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, phase 2 of that program will be providing the testing materials, whether it's the strips or the blood pressure cuffs that you wear around your wrist so that they can continually monitor your glucose and so on, will be another phase of the program, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, that is to assist our people. Madam Speaker, the member for District 1, the honorable member for District 1, knows of Gary and Connie. I introduced him. We all sat down with them. So he knows. Thank God for them. They are wonderful individuals who have this country at heart and doesn't need any favors at all. They just want to, they fell in love with this country and they just want to assist us. Moving forward, Madam Speaker, in terms of the ICU, yes, we're going to start a 4 to 6 bed ICU. We would have included equipment and so on for it. We're going to start it. You spoke about a psychiatrist that, you tried over time to be able to get to Anguilla. One is coming at the end of this month and will begin services on island the first week in July. And he's coming from Nigeria. All the travel arrangements have already been made. So he's coming to be on island, Madam Speaker, with us. Because, as the member knows, we need to have this Zoom call with psychiatrists from all over. They need to see the patients. So we're going to have one on island, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, in terms of the specialists, and I'm going to come to that, I would want to go here, Madam Speaker. And the member says, we can separate the deputy governor and the attorney general out and put them in a special grade. But we need doctors. Yes, we need doctors. And nurses. Yes, Madam Speaker. Nurses who can provide services that are necessary to take care of our people so that they are not dropping down and dying at young ages from treatable diseases. Yes, Madam Speaker. That's what we're doing. And we want to offer $250,000 EC dollars to a specialist. Madam Speaker, there are specialists who can make $250,000 EC dollars in 1 month. There's no way, you said, you're going to attract them to Anguilla. Madam Speaker, I'm not a specialist, but I've been around long enough to know that the honorable member for District 1, who is a world-renowned trained specialist, Madam Speaker. I want the people to understand, world-renowned, Yale graduate, top-notch, Madam Speaker. He would know the value and the costing of having specialists like those folks in Anguilla. Hence, as he said, there is no way you're going to attract them to Anguilla. But Madam Speaker, it seemed as if though the years between June 2020 and February 2025 are missing years. Are missing years, because I'm sure that the member for District 1 and the former Premier of Anguilla, unless he would have done some credits to keep his licensure up and to have it updated, that he didn't do a whole lot of work in terms of recruiting these specialists and finding out what they. But I can assure you, Madam Speaker, and the people of this country, that the direction in which we are going, Madam Speaker, we will have specialists here. Madam Speaker, from the Ministry of Social Development, and I don't have the exact figures, and I don't see the minister here sitting now. Within the first 3 months, 3 to 4 months of this year, Madam Speaker.
That was just your 1 minute notification that you have 1 more minute.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
I realize that you weren't here at the beginning of yesterday, so you didn't realize.
Okay. Anyway, Madam Speaker, what I'm saying is that at the end of the day, we are going to have those specialists here, Madam Speaker. I was saying that the minister is not here social development. But I can assure you that the first 4 months of this year, we would have had at least 15 patients who would have made it back out of Anguilla, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
It's
I'm
done.
so sorry. That is your 45 minutes. That is your 45 minutes.
Wow.
Thank you.
I ain't get into the heart of it yet.
Well, I had consent from most persons that we were going to stick to the 45-minute schedule. Thank you for your contribution. I'm going to invite the mover to reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm going to start where the single island wide member, Honorable Mr. Evan McNeil Rogers, stopped. And that is in relation to the overseas medical treatment. And Madam Speaker, let me first actually wish the member for Road North a wonderful birthday today, and I hope we don't keep him for too much longer, so at least he can enjoy the rest of his 35th birthday. And I say 35, Madam Speaker, because that is what he said to me when I asked how old he was. So, and there are many people, Madam Speaker, that go gray prematurely, and I would assume that 35, that is the case with the honorable member for Road North. Yes, thank you. So, Madam Speaker, I am not going to be too long because I want to thank the members on the government side of the House for their wonderful and thorough presentations that they made. I just want to make 4 points, Madam Speaker. The first is that I was going to talk about the fact that the Honorable Member for Road North said that the APM administration increased the budget for the overseas medical treatment from 1.5 million to 3.5 million. But he somehow forgot to mention that the APM administration, of which he was a part, initially reduced the overseas medical treatment in 2022 from a 1.04 million to $544,576. I was going to talk, Madam Speaker, about the hypocrisy, or let me rephrase, Madam Speaker. The statement or the misstatement made by the leader of the opposition when he said that this administration should do away with the universal social levy, when in 2021, his administration, while he was Premier, Minister of Finance, and leader of government business, made the interim stabilization levy permanent and rebranded it to the universal social levy. And I was going to talk about, Madam Speaker, the fact that the leader of the opposition, when he was Premier, said at the time when he turned the interim stabilization levy to a universal social levy, that at some point it would be turned into a national health fund. He never did so under his administration, and yesterday he is now saying to this administration that there is a need to create a national health fund when he spent 5 years as Minister of Finance, Minister of Health, and leader of government business, and never did so. But, Madam Speaker, I was going to say all of those things, but because the members have spoken so eloquently on the government side of the House, I will not go into those matters. But after a day and a half of presentations, Madam Speaker, it is clear that there is full support on both sides of the House in relation to this 2025 budget. I just want to clarify a point made by the Honorable Member for Road North. And he did, in fact, speak about the increase in this budget, in the supplementary appropriation budget. And I want to explain, because he also spoke about the fact that there's a restricted expenditure of $40 million. And that $40 million for the general public, Madam Speaker, was set aside in the 2026 budget to be able to address the public service compensation. 11 million of that 40 million was transferred to the various departments. 29 million, the balance of that 40 million, was kept in the restricted expenditure to be able to address the fuel relief that this government has been undertaking. And it is anticipated that we'll continue to undertake that relief package over the next couple of months. And so the 29 million, the difference between the 40, that was the initial total restricted expenditure, and the 11 million which was transferred to the departments, which is 29 million, has been reserved for that purpose. And that is ultimately to benefit the people of Anguilla. And if persons have seen the last bill that came, I believe, last week or week before, they would understand why this government has agreed, has continued to implement and continue to keep in place the fuel relief package that we have started. And so, Madam Speaker, as a result of keeping that 29 million, we are coming today, we've come to this honorable House for the difference in the budget to be able to fill that gap. The total public service compensation is $36.81 million. And so if we've taken out 11 from the restricted expenditure, the balance of 25 million now needs to come from the supplementary appropriation bill. And so that is the difference in terms of the maths. The restricted expenditure, the balance of the restricted expenditure, as I mentioned, will go towards the fuel relief. And so over the coming months, we'll utilize that. We also have included ANGLEC, settlement of claims, 10 million, overseas medical treatment, 3 million, the Royal Anguilla Police Force, 1.36 million, air travel marketing, 2.55 million, just to name some of the key expenditure that we are catering for in this budget, this supplementary appropriation budget. And so, Madam Speaker, when you listen to all of the aspects we've spoken about, ANGLEC, settlement of outstanding claims. Why are we supporting ANGLEC? Why do we need to support ANGLEC? So that we can support them in moving towards renewable energy, so that we can decrease our reliance on fossil fuel, Madam Speaker. Overseas medical treatment, $3 million. Why do we need overseas medical treatment? So that we can continue to support our people. And so, unlike the former administration, we do not have to say, you should sell your land, you should get your family to pay for your medical expenses, but the government cannot undertake that expense. That is not our position, Madam Speaker. So while we recognize that we need to support and improve our health services in Anguilla, we cannot simply cut our overseas medical treatment at this point in time, because we have to continue to support our people. And that is why we continue to put people first. The Royal Anguilla Police Force. There is a vision that we can train our Anguillians and be able to support them in entering the Royal Anguilla Police Force and decrease our reliance on overseas support. But until that is done, we have to support and ensure that we maintain safety and security in our island as much as possible. And the air travel marketing, we've seen how beneficial the Bermuda Air has been to Anguilla, Bermuda Air. And so as a result, we continue to support. They're going to be increasing their routes, and it has been for a benefit of Anguilla, as we've seen over the previous tourist season. And so the total supplementary adjustment, Madam Speaker, is $26,483,000. Madam Speaker, very shortly, if there are other, because I know that the member for Road North had questions, he indicated there was an increase, and he stopped short. Yes, there is an increase, but it is our job to explain why there's an increase, and every increase that's been listed has been for the benefit of the people of Anguilla. And so it's not enough to come and say to the people, oh, there's an increase in the budget, full stop, right? You have to go further and explain why and for what purposes are these increases being used for. And so, Madam Speaker, I wish to once again thank all of the members of the House for their support in this supplementary appropriation budget. And I want to also thank all of the various departments that have contributed to us being where we are today. The Public Administration Department, Permanent Secretary of Public Admin, Mrs. Martha Demis Adams, Ministry of Finance, the PS of Finance, Mrs. Marissa Hardin Hodge, all of the teams in public admin and the Ministry of Finance, the Attorney General's chambers, and certainly the Governor's office, Deputy Governor, PricewaterhouseCoopers, for allowing us to be where we are today. And so, Madam Speaker, yes, there may be some concerns raised. And what I see, Madam Speaker, is that it's not necessarily the format that has been prepared by PricewaterhouseCoopers, but it's more where persons are placed within that structure. So it's not the structure, but it's where persons are placed within that structure that some persons are concerned about. And I have no doubt that the relevant departments will continue to support, will continue to engage the public servants. And Madam Speaker, just to touch on what the Honorable Single Island Wide Member Evan McNeil Rogers spoke about as well. Hand in hand with the compensation, the increase in compensation for our public servants also comes greater expectations. And when I say greater expectations in terms of the public service reform, and this is something that's also ongoing and being spearheaded through the Governor and Deputy Governor's office. And we will continue to support, because while it is that we need to ensure that our public servants are adequately compensated, we also want to see that they are fully engaged in the various departments and in their roles. And so with that being said, Madam Speaker, I wish to thank this Honorable House once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Members, thank you for your contributions this morning. This has been debated yesterday and today, and I now wish to move this to the vote. Members, it has been moved and seconded and debated that the bill shortly entitled A Bill for Supplementary Appropriation 2026 Act be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it.
An act to revise the total appropriation from the Consolidated Fund of Anguilla for the services of the Government of Anguilla for the 2026 financial year.
Thank you. At this stage, I wish to invoke Rule 45, where the bill will be committed to the Committee of the House of the Whole. However, I believe we might need a minute or two for the technology and for the invited public officers to attend. Should we stand down for 10 minutes? 10 minutes. This Honorable House stands down for 10 minutes. Welcome back. This House resumes its sitting in committee stage, and I welcome our permanent secretaries. You may take your seats, members. By way of introduction, just to announce who we have with us, the PS of Public Administration, the PS of Finance, and we also have on board our PS for Health as well. And periodically, there may be other permanent secretaries joining us. When you do see them attend, if there are any questions that you need assistance with, this is the time to ask. What I'm going to ask members to do is to focus your queries as it relates to the public admin component. Earlier, because our permanent secretary has a work duty scheduled arrangement that she'll have to leave within about 30 minutes. So for the first 30 minutes, if we can direct all of the questions for the public admin component so that we can release her earlier.
Start, Madam Chair.
Yes, I recognize Mr. Richardson.
Yeah. Good morning, PS. How are you?
Well, thank you.
Okay. Just for us, can you explain the methodology that was used to determine the new salary structure?
As you are aware, we would have contracted PricewaterhouseCoopers, who conducted this extensive review of job structure, job descriptions, and came up with this new framework. They are really the experts in the methodology, and you can appreciate that they have not been extensive in terms of sharing that methodology because it's really their methodology that they utilize for companies. What I can share with you is my understanding of what was done and my interpretation of the methodology as a layman. Is that okay? So PwC was contracted about 2 years ago, and the bulk of the work started early 2025. Part of that work consisted of the development of a compensation philosophy. That is a philosophy that grounds the Anguilla Public Service compensation framework, what we stand for, how we envision rewarding our employees, what are our standards. Once that philosophy was completed, and it was done in consultation with staff through engagements, the next phase of that engagement occurred. And a lot of that work involved reviewing of existing job descriptions. It's important to note that once the contract was signed with PwC, the Department of Public Admin would have contacted heads of departments through their permanent secretaries, and there was an activity that was conducted in terms of reviewing of job descriptions to ensure that they adequately captured the duties, functions, scope, and accountability across all positions within the Anguilla Public Service. That activity actually went on for about 12 months. Once the job descriptions were submitted to PricewaterhouseCoopers, they did an extensive review utilizing the job descriptions, the organizational chart, and the philosophy, compensation philosophy. And using their methodology, they reviewed every single position using the same framework. So there wasn't a methodology that weighed any specific job differently. All jobs, every single position within the Anguilla Public Service was reviewed using PwC's framework. And from that, we have our new structure, which is quite different to our existing structure, because our existing structure looked at positions twofold. They looked at positions as either management or non-management. And in this new structure, there is a distinction. There are 4 career streams that looks at positions as support and technical, professional, management, and executive. So one can appreciate going from management, non-management streams to 4 distinct streams is quite some change management that needs to occur. Once that activity was completed, and during the time, December to be precise, PwC held meetings across the departments, and they were on the ground to validate some of the work that was conducted, meaning the review of those job descriptions. And then we were presented with the new framework with all positions graded utilizing this new framework of support and technical, professional, management, and executive roles. It's important to note that in reviewing those job descriptions, things like scope, accountability, responsibility, impact were taken into account.
Thank you. You answered a lot of my follow-up questions in that one answer. So thank you very much. My next question would be, which jurisdictions were used as comparisons for this?
Several of the overseas territories, specifically British Virgin Islands, Cayman Islands, Bermuda, Jamaica, and Barbados.
Is there a specific reason why those jurisdictions were picked and used?
So the overseas territories specifically, as it relates to how we recruit talent. So most of our talent comes regionally from the Caribbean region. And if we look at when we're recruiting roles that are difficult, our competitors are actually the overseas territories. And that is why the overseas territories were taken into consideration. For example, in trying to recruit nurses, we are competing, for instance, with British Virgin Islands, Cayman Islands, TCI, and Bermuda in our recruitment process.
Good morning and welcome through the chair, Permanent Secretary. You mentioned about recruitment. We're looking at salaries. You're looking, the jurisdictions that you mentioned have different currency than we use, like BVI is US, and I'm sure those numbers would have been taken into consideration given the exchange rate. Are we now considered to be competitive in terms of, say, comparing job for job or grade for grade with BVI or Cayman?
Based on my understanding, and PwC would have presented to this honorable house, it is my understanding, and I will ask PwC to present a response to that, but it is my understanding that it was taken into consideration.
Currency was taken in consideration, but was the cost of living, allowances, and all those things taken in consideration as well?
Yes, they were.
In the comparison, was there any comparison done to the private sector salaries here in Anguilla?
Yes, they were. Mm-hmm.
And were the public servants given a chance to be part of the review before the final report?
As indicated in December, there were several stakeholder engagements where persons would have reviewed where the initial classifications and reclassifications fall within the new structure. And they would have had the opportunity to present further representation to the agreement or disagreement. Those things were taken into account by our consultants, PwC, and ultimately they made the decisions as to where positions fall within the new framework.
What was the feedback, just in general, what was the feedback from those meetings?
Are you asking specifically about the meetings in December?
Yeah, yes, the ones in December.
The general feedback from staff were around classification, specifically between the professional and management streams. There were several questions around where positions fall. As indicated, based on the current structure that we have, it's a non-management management structure. And this new structure really looks at professional and management being separated. So there were questions around that and trying to understand why a role would land in professional as opposed to management.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, I know we attended a meeting last Friday, and I know on it said this was confidential, so I don't want to say anything that might be out of school or out of line. But there was talk that considered in the compensation and benefits review was internal equity and alignment. And I think that's maybe what you were talking about just now. And the concern we have is you got a report. The report basically gave you a path to follow. But in that, basically, if you picked, say, the percentile that you picked, and I guess this would also relate to the Permanent Secretary of Finance, it just seems that in certain of the lower grades, 1 to 3, that the proposed increases or the differences, I did have some notes here, that the way you picked a straight line percentile, the increases for the lower grades seem to be significantly lower than for the higher grades in terms of the differential from where they are to where they would be. And that is a concern that is being raised by many of the members of the public service. Was there ever consideration given to that in the lower grades that you would use a higher percentile as was presented by PwC versus the straight line percentile as used for the higher grades?
So I'm going to ask PS Finance, who has the data and has analyzed the data, to provide some context.
Good morning. Honorable Leader of Opposition, can you clarify what you mean as a low increase? What percentage would that be?
So I'm looking at actual numbers that say a grade 1 goes from, say, 44 to 53,000, which is, if you divide that by month, that's less than $1,000 per month increase. Whereas in the higher grades, 10s, 11s, you can have a difference that represents between 8 and 11,000 a month increases. So the concern I have there is, was there consideration given to that it might be the same 50th percentile for both grades, but the actual number, the quantum itself, is significant. There is a significant gap there. Was there ever consideration during deliberations that maybe those lower grades, there should be a higher percentile, maybe the 65th percentile? I'm just picking a number out of the year, given to, so that the difference, the delta there could be a little bit higher, so that persons would feel that during this exercise that their salaries have increased significantly enough. Because that's the concern that we are hearing from people who are complaining about.
Okay. Thank you for that question. So there's a distinction, I guess, between a percentage change and the actual figure that that percentage change relates to. So if you have a salary level, and I'm just using figures for ease, if you have a salary of about $10,000, if you do 10% of $10,000 and 10% of 100,000, if one person has a $10,000 salary, one person has 100,000, if you give them, and let's say just being consistent, whether this is fair or not, being consistent, 10% increase, 10% of $10,000 is $1,000, and 10% of $100,000 is $10,000. So the higher you go in the scale, when you're applying any given increase, percentage increase, is going to result in a higher quantum the higher up you go, because the base that the percentage is being applied to is larger. So
Stipulated, right.
while you would have just referenced the lower tier of the service, if we're using just numbers, say levels 1 through 4, I would have just did a cursory average of the file that we have to see what the average percentage increase was in the levels 1 for positions that have now become 1 through 4, and that works out to be 29.7%. So pretty much almost 30% increase.
Understood. And what percentage would you say for, say, 8 through 11?
I could work that out for you now. I wouldn't want to speculate on anything for this session. Do you want me to work it out?
Please, I mean, because my contention, as I said, and the contention of the public servants in the lower grades is that they don't feel that this increase, this review and compensation increase will benefit them significantly. Not that they expect to get, to where the top levels are, but they would expect that, if there is going to be an increase, and we're looking at 2008 salaries, and we're now working on the cost of living of 2026, $1,000 a month increase is not significant. And we found that out during COVID, that giving persons, $1,000 EC a month barely helped them to survive.
Okay. So based on the file, 1 through 4, 30%, 8 through 11, 35%.
You made my point. Thank you.
P.S. Adams. While we're on the grades, can you tell us what the new grades are and how they compare to the old grading system?
Central government, before this new framework, functioned from 3 different salary structures, and potentially 3 different grading systems. We have, in the existing structure, 15 grades, which comprises from the bottom of the scale, which currently rests at M, because it was an alphabetical scale, and looked at entry-level positions. That would be positions with your basic CSEC level entry, all the way to A, which comprises of the senior leaders within the Anguilla Public Service. This new structure has restructured to some degree, and for the most part has distinguished at the very bottom of the scale our support and technical, which comprises of 4 levels. And then you can see a transition of our professional scale, which transverse 6 tiers or 6 levels. And then we have our executive tier, which encompasses 3 levels, which based on the old scale comprised 1 grade. So we're taking 1 grade that was used in the existing structure, and that has now transitioned to a tiered system of 3 levels of executives. We're taking our C's, for example, and D's, and they have been filtered out to separate between management and professional. And for me, I think that is, based on my consultation with departments, that is the area that is proving to create most concern for persons. The fact that in an old structure, they were identified as management, and only because there wasn't anything else to identify them as, and now they have been identified as professional using the existing structure. And those tiers, those levels that this question continues to come up would be the D's in our existing structure, because it's an alphabetical one, your D's and C's.
Thank you. Last question, because I know you have to go. Last question from me, I should say. Will there be a review of the whole report sometime in? And is there a plan, if there are any anomalies that come up, is there a plan to address them?
That is currently being, is under review as to how do we progress, address adequately, and address, that's the word, yes, address adequately persons' concerns. I think we have to be very mindful of making extensive changes at this point without thoroughly implementing, because then that will take us back to the beginning. Yeah, at this stage, it will take us back to the beginning.
Just a question. I don't know if it's proprietary and can't be shared, but the slide that we were presented with on Friday, is it possible that we can have access to that?
Is it the entire slide deck or specific slide?
The entire slide deck. Yeah.
PwC's.
If it's not, if it's private and confidential, then not, but.
We will seek permission.
Okay. Because that guided what we passed through the House, right? So if it's guided through what, if that is what guided us through the House, I'm sure the government have full access to it. I would assume that the entire House should have full access to it.
Let me just interject as it relates to PwC. As both sides know, and I don't know if the public officers know, I did send an invitation to PwC by email via Mr. Proctor, via the Deputy Governor. And the basis for sending the invite was that I attended the session that all of us attended on Friday, and I thought the slides and presentation was equally helpful as they walked us through the analysis. To my disappointment, and I can be as strong as to say, Deputy Governor, to my displeasure, PwC has elected not to attend this morning's committee. They expressed that they would attend to observe, but not to participate because they had taken their own advice as to their proprietary disclaimers. I have my own view about that because under the Constitution, which I indicated to them under Section 54, I do have the ability to summon them, whether they're Anguillian or non-Anguillian, to explain and clarify some of these more technical things. And I did preface this committee session offline with the members to indicate that we wouldn't put our public officers in any position that would compromise them insofar as it relates to their expertise. So they are here, thankfully, even on the day of public travel, to assist us as best as they can. But I do intend, Member Hughes, to write to PwC after we finish, because the notice from them only came while we were sitting that they would only participate as observers. And we've elected to not have them as observers if they're not going to participate to clarify some of the things that this House on both sides requires clarification. I don't believe the government members either has had access to any of these things, and we're all in the same position as it relates to the report that they have produced. So I'm undertaking from where I sit after today's proceedings to navigate how far we can go without prejudicing anybody so that everybody has access to information that ought to be available for your further consideration, because I understand it is a fluid and evolving process, and I'm hoping that the Deputy Governor, by way of this forum, and it's a public committee, will convey these sentiments to the professionals. So I just wanted to put that in there before Ms. Adams ventures in it further in respect of what can be provided. We'll support where we can.
And thank
Are
you.
there any other questions for Ms. Demis Adams in particular, or are we able to release her at this point? I know we had a more technical question that we wanted to explore as it relates to the debate and whether we agreed or disagreed on that technical part. Is that something that we want Ms. Adams to stay for, or we can? Is that fine?
Yes.
Safe travels as you represent our beautiful island. We thank you for your hard work, and we thank you for always being willing to support. We've had very good feedback from your presentation and how helpful it has been. So the members on both sides will continue to have access to you, presumably to iron out and clarify anything else we need.
And just to add that PwC has indicated that any questions that come in writing, they will respond.
And in terms of the chain of command for that, would they wish for that to come through the House, or would opposition members, how would they funnel their communications, through the DG or through the House for the committee purposes?
Through the DG.
Okay. Opposition, be guided accordingly.
Thank you.
But also be guided as to the DG's limitations if he is limited. But we've all given our undertaking to assist in a very fluid and evolving process for the greater good of everyone that's affected. Thank you, Ms. Adams. And now our PS Finance looks as if she's in the hot seat. It's nothing you can't handle, but there was a technical question that arose in debate, and we'll see if Mr. Richardson can recall how it was debated and expressed, and let's see if we can get some clarity on it.
No, I wasn't planning the exact question. Actually, through you, Chair, my next question is for the Deputy Governor. Now the DG special. Good afternoon, Honorable Deputy Governor. The report that we've heard so much about, the final report, will it be made public?
I have a written response, so let me just pull it up, because I did anticipate a question on this. What I can say is that the report is a highly technical document, and it's not just compensation, but also governance arrangements and workforce planning, classification methodology, and broader public service compensation reform issues. So we're considering very carefully what is the most appropriate manner for these findings to be shared in the public domain. What I can say is that it's not intended for it to be a secretive exercise, because there is clear recognition that transparency and confidence in the process is important, particularly given the scale and significance of the reform. At the same time, the report does identify a number of governance and implementation issues which must be addressed carefully, including the establishment of some form of appeals mechanism. Because as you noted before, there are lots of questions, inquiries, and concerns. Stronger job description governance and a clearer review process before we can really have this thing finally dusted and settled. So the long answer is eventually, the short answer is not right now.
Thank you, sir. One last question before you move from the mic. As best as you can explain, because we know we have the public service reform going on as well, and we've heard from many members in the House over the last 2 days speaking about this new pay package, compensation package. You know, we'll be asking more of the public service. So can you tell us how the new compensation package will tie in with the new public service reform?
Thank you for that question, member. I think it was said repeatedly in this House, and I don't disagree at all, that for whom much is given, much is expected. A key part of the public sector reform process is actually around performance management in particular. So as part of that, it's tied, for instance, in terms of increments. They won't be automatic anymore. You've got to be performing, you have to do your appraisals, you have to be a part of that performance management process in order for your increments to be achieved. The other issues we're tightening up around our general orders or Public Service Commission regulations. There's a lot of work going on in that space right now to strengthen the governance arrangements, in particular around the public service. We've done extensive leadership training as well with CARICAD. We did a session earlier this year with under the old system, grades B, C, and D in terms of the supervisory level. We also did some work with our permanent secretaries as far as strengthening the leadership and the capacity building part of it is concerned. So this reform, the compensation review ties in squarely with the reform. But the most important thing I want to make, as I said in my presentation yesterday, performance, accountability, these are cornerstones of where we go next. And I believe that with the strengthening of our general orders, with the leadership training and development and so forth, I think we've put ourselves in a position where we know how to evaluate performance, we know how to monitor persons and what's not, and if they're not performing, one of the consequences, at least in the first instance, is that your increments, you won't get your increment. But ultimately, we should be managing people up or out of the public service. That is the long term, that is our aim. Not to scare anybody, but the fact of the matter is if persons are not performing, they're not delivering, then I don't think it's fair to ask the people of Anguilla to continue to have those persons employed in the public service. I don't think any modern organization could put up with those type of antics.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon again. I don't know if this question is for the DG or the Permanent Secretary of Finance. The question is, we know that there are limited number of jobs in the public service at the different levels. As persons perform even at the greatest level and have outstanding job performance reviews, are there enough incremental levels within each grade to maintain persons in those grade levels as they transition from one to the next, given that younger and younger persons are coming into the service?
Thank you for that question, Honorable Webster. The short answer to that question is yes, because we have the proposed scale has 9 steps and it'll be reviewed every 2 years. So basically you have 18 years of progress to be made in any particular grade. I mean, that's a lateral move.
Okay. Saying that's lateral, I mean, say in grade 8, you have several levels in grade 8.
Right. It
that
goes
can be-
across by up to 7 steps across.
Okay.
Right. So
That was my question.
Right. So you could
Yes.
be in a particular grade and progression across up to 18 years, but we expect people to be moving up and not across. So for every grade, again, to put it simply, you have about 18 years worth of steps to make across that grade.
Yeah, because I mean, tongue in cheek, PS Finance is 21 and she's at the top level there. Does she have enough time till she's 65? Enough incremental levels? That's the question.
It's a very good question, and I think with any particular grading system, at some point you do tap out. At some point you do. And you're right, we do have a very young public service, so that is a challenge. It's a challenge under the existing system, and perhaps it's a challenge under this one. But that's where we are.
Thank you very much. You answered the question.
But you have progression and then you have mobility within the service. Some persons may choose to progress along their level, and some persons may progress it at the start. And when they develop certain expertise, when they hone their skills, when they get enhanced educational accolades, they may choose to progress up. So it allows for a balanced approach where you don't always have to necessarily seek to I guess, climb the professional ladder to get an increase, because now you'll notice there's overlap between the skills. So you can actually be in a lower tier earning more than persons above you. So it really allows for a balanced approach.
Thank you very much.
Still, DG, 2 years, you said, is when you qualify for increments?
Yeah, every 2 years.
Every 2 years. Isn't that a little long for persons to be under investigation before before they qualify for increments?
Investigation? What
No,
do you
no,
mean?
investigation wasn't the proper word, but being processed, being reviewed for 2 years before they qualify for increment.
I personally don't think that's unreasonable, given the size of the public service and the fact that we're now making sure that persons are performing at a very consistently high level. I don't think 2 years is an unusual approach to take. We already do in some places, for instance, teachers are on probation for 2 years. In some instances, customs officers are on probation for 2 years. So it's not so 2 years is not an unusual thing for within the public service. But either way, no matter how you twist it and turn it, I think it's a much better approach than simply making it automatic every year, though.
Also, DG, I just want to make mention of sustainability. There is an envelope that we have to utilize. And so you have to ensure that you're not just every year giving increments and that they are not sustainable. I think 2 years gives you a good window to really assess performance. In the first year, you may have fell off. You may not have been, as good as you wanted to be, but you can improve in the second year and qualify for an increment. Whereas if you're only assessing on a year basis, you may not have done so well, and that's it for you until another period. So I think 2 years is fair, it's balanced, and it gives government the fiscal room to be able to maintain whatever salary increases are given.
If I could just add to that, we, along with what the Honorable Minister was just expounding on, we actually costed the fiscal implications of increments. So the increment size under this new system is a little bit bigger than under the old system. So now when you're looking at increments, it's around about 5.2% of salaries on an annual basis, right? So an approach where you provide an increment every 2 years and making certain assumptions around what percentage of staff would be increment eligible, as in their performance was such that they're increment eligible, you end up with an annualized increment cost of between 1.95% and 2.6%. So all of these policy decisions also have financial implications which need to be properly assessed and factored into our framework. And in our updated fiscal framework, we are forecasting that movement on a biennial basis. because, as we said, it's obviously a large uplift in compensation. The growth in terms of the new scale, every step it gets bigger. So you also want to make sure that you're judicious with the increases from a financial aspect.
Question again. We do know that this process involved persons or departments or ministries giving out their job descriptions. And I think one thing the public servants want to know is, was there consideration given to their technical skills and their exposure to certain risk and hazards? Were these considered when in the regrading process, so that the grades or the salary increases reflect those areas of where they may be different than someone who may carry the same job title but has exposure that the other individual may not have?
Thank you for that question. The short answer to that question is yes, because these jobs would have been aligned to international standards where they group the jobs based on families. I'm just trying to pull up my notes here.
While you're looking, remember that there was a statement that not all jobs or positions were looked at when these were considered and being benchmarked to market. So, just guide your answer accordingly.
I'm having trouble pulling it up, but what I can say is that we had asked every department to submit their job descriptions and whatever additional context that there needs to be. What I can say is that in some instances, persons were not necessarily that engaged and some didn't bother to submit at all. There are some instances of that because over 900 jobs were evaluated, 900 job descriptions were received, so it's quite a bit to go through. Some of these job descriptions were knocking around for almost 20 years, so forth. So I suspect that those factors were taken into consideration, but at the same time, I am now becoming aware of some instances where persons are saying that a wrong job description was submitted. This particular issue wasn't properly considered and once is not. But PwC can only work on what was presented to them because we probably didn't spend a lot of time saying to department heads, saying to officers, we probably haven't looked at these things in a long time. So therefore, it's important for you. And again, I don't want to sound like I'm blaming my colleagues, but I know it's a lot going on. It's a long, complicated process, but it's quite. We really depend on them to see what the full context of their working conditions are and what's not. So I can say that was part of the metric, but we wouldn't know what those peculiarities are unless you say so explicitly.
Thank you. And probably my last question would be, during this exercise, would you have reached out to your counterpart in Bermuda and BVI where similar processes were done to see, some of the considerations they had, some of the pitfalls that they encountered, and the acceptance level by the public servants and after these exercises, and how they are doing in terms of the public servants buying into this process?
Thank you again. Yes, we did, because BVI was one of our comparators. So we did reach out. So I did write to both of my counterparts in TCI and the BVI to ask them to assist us in terms of any documentation they may have, any data they may have about their salary and pay grading, the process that they went through. TCI used, I think they used a different consultant than we did. But basically, we did get some information from them as to how they went about it, anything pertinent. So that information was shared with PwC. In terms of the acceptance among the public servants to the results of those reports, we didn't quite get into that level of detail. I know that the BVI had some challenges with the financial implications. It turns out that their anticipated cost, the actual implementation, exceeded that. So I know, other than that particular financial issue, I have heard of no other issues with regard to acceptance or challenges and so forth to the recommendations.
And I did a falsehood there when I said that would be my last question, because, you know, it was raised by several of the members on the government side during the debates about the terms of reference. And I don't know if you can explain a little bit how the terms of reference came about and why the commissioning was done in February of 24, and by February 25 of 2025, we still had not finalized the contracting with PwC.
Thank you for that question again. In terms of compiling the terms of reference, that was driven primarily through my office of the Deputy Governor and through public admin. We would have reached out to our counterparts around the region who would have done this exercise to kind of understand what it is you need to be asking the consultants and so forth. So the terms of reference were put together, again, compiled by the Deputy Governor's Office and the public admin. That was then turned into a procurement document that would have gone out for competitive bid. PwC won that bid. However, the length of time it took to actually negotiate the contract and settle it after they won the bid took longer than I would have liked, to be quite frank. I'll be honest about that. It took longer than expected. Once they had won the bid, it took us about another 3 months to actually get the contract reviewed and get the document signed. We always anticipated it was going to take at least 6 to 9 months to get the work done. That was what we thought was going to happen and so forth. So they did not actually get down to business until first quarter of 2025, I believe it was. Somewhere around March, April, thereabouts. So everything was tracking the way it was supposed to. However, when we hit the snag, there was the first delay, and it was on the GOA side. When I said GOA, I mean on the public service side. And then we had asked, going back to the same point about what was considered, we had asked department heads to make sure that they submitted the relevant information, the job descriptions and all these different things. And that was delayed by about 2 weeks because at the time of the deadline, some persons still hadn't submitted the required documentation. So of course, if you send it in late, then it'll take them some extra time to get it all sorted out. Then we had some instances where persons got a bit creative with the job description. So you ended up in situations where had you just simply applied the methodology, we would have had some department heads who would have, again, I don't want to say anybody was trying to be shady, but it ended up in the first instance, some persons in lower grades ended up at least like on a PS level. So of course those things needed to be resolved. So I think those are the sorts of things that kind of led to the delay of the final report. But other than that, everything came in when it was 2 weeks delayed. We were expecting it at the end of February. It came in sometime around March. Now here we are in terms of getting a report, the implementation, the work, and so forth. And as I said in the House repeatedly, this affects well over 1,000 public servants. So therefore, public admin, Ministry of Finance did need to take the time to make sure that the data was analyzed, validated, appointment forms to be generated, and so forth. So those are the kind of, that's why we're here today. I will say though that, and I don't want to be too long-winded, while it's not perfect, we could have been here another 6 months trying to get it right. But at some point, you just got to pull the trigger and try to move forward and try to resolve whatever that needs to be resolved in time. So I hope that answer is robust enough for you.
Yes, certainly that was, I just wanted to set the record straight because I think some persons like to politicize things. And I want to put on record that I want to thank you and the Ministry of Finance, the PS Finance and that Public Administration for the hard work. I just think that I'm still concerned about that the lower grades, that the difference in the increases have not made a significant difference, and that's what persons are concerned about. And so that might be something that we could look at going forward. Can the percentile for, say, grades 1 through 4, or even 1 through 3, be at a higher percentile than the percentile, for the higher grades? That way, there would have been a significant difference between what they're getting now and what they will get when this is implemented. And, we'll get a laugh before lunch. The 9.5 million that was in capital, that can be moved over and put into that consideration. Thank you very much.
I was just going to ask if that was a question or a statement. What was the question? You thanked him. It was a vote of thanks and a statement. So I'll strike that last part from the record. Are there any other questions for the officers that are present? Yes. Okay, go ahead with your question.
Sorry, let me thank you on the mic. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Governor. Through you, Chair, can I go to Permanent Secretary, Finance, Ms. Hardin Hodge? Good afternoon. I know you always got your figures with you. Can you just give us what is the new amount for the wages annually after this new compensation package go? And while you're at it, would it be possible to give what it would look like forward looking for 2027 and 2028? If it's possible.
2077, 2028 for wages only?
Wages only.
Okay. And happy birthday.
Madam Speaker, I just wanted to thank Dr. Webster for the questions, and his points are duly noted. Oh, and happy birthday, Mr. Richards.
So we had about 10 minutes on that technical question this morning. Is nobody going to address?
I'm
You're
about
going to
to
raise
address
it?
Yes.
Because we've left it hanging. I've never ruled on the point of order, assuming that both Mr. Richardson and yourself would seek clarity on that question about the increase to the budget and the reassignment. You remember the point, Mr. Richardson? Do you feel that? No, I mean, I'm more concerned about me leaving something hanging that the public, I missed it as well. So do we need it clarified, whatever that was? Because we had a lot of time on it. Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead. Thank you.
PS, you're looking for the information from Mr. Richardson? You have it? Okay, so you can answer and then we can move on.
Okay. So our current wage bill, so this is the unestablished workers, is annually it's around 8 million and change. The uplift was costed at around 2 million, assuming various growth factors in the wage bill for 2027.
Sir, I was just reminded to make sure, let you know, I meant all salaries, personal emoluments, wages, salaries, the total wage bill.
Okay. So you mean?
Thank you.
I just want to.
Sorry for the
I want to be
misunderstanding,
clear
yeah.
because there's a lot of classifications here, right? So there's unestablished workers, there's established workers.
Sorry, Ms. Hodge. She's answering a question that you didn't ask. What did you ask a question just now? Oh. What was the question? What is the wage bill? Okay. Go ahead, sorry.
So compensation of employees is the large category. This comprises of salaries, which is related to unestablished work. Salaries related to established workers, wages related to unestablished workers. Then we have allowances. So it's your various allowances that attach to posts, and allowances also includes parliamentary compensation. And then we have employers' contributions, which is the payments to Social Security, and then we have pension payments. So was there a specific heading or? Okay, so in terms of employers' compensation, so compensation of employees total, we go from, do you want historically as well? Okay, so you just want 2027 and 2028? 26 is a part year implementation. So for the part year implementation, we're forecasting, and this is making a lot of assumptions in terms of, because there's vacant positions as well. So assuming that those vacant positions are filled, or if they're not filled, the expenditure related to them is spent elsewhere. Compensation of employees total expense for 2026 is 187.96 million. In 2027, it's 208.17 million. 2027 is 208.17 million. In 2028, we make certain assumptions in terms of new hiring and as well as increments. In 2027, there was, this is the draft, I should say it firstly, this is draft projections because it makes certain assumptions as to hiring in 2027. This includes a provision of $6 million for hiring. This is early stages. It can and may be adjusted in the executive process. So for 2027, the total is 208.17 million in compensation of employees, and 2028 is 217.38 million.
I do have that, but member.
Okay, PS, I just wanted for the general public's benefit to talk about how the process works in terms of reallocation of funding. So earlier we were having a conversation, the member was making a presentation. And one of the things that the member said is he doesn't understand why we're increasing the budget if we had already allocated funding in the budget for the salaries from the previous year. And I just wanted to make the point for the public that while we had allocated funding in the previous year for salaries, we are doing a supplementary budget for a number of other areas, right? That's one. But also, the member would have indicated that if we have revenues performing so well, why is it that we are increasing the budget? Why can't we just take those revenues and utilize? And I would have indicated to the member that that is exactly what we are doing. We are overperforming. We have revenues that are doing well, but now we are coming here to appropriate those funds. So I just want you to take the public through the process of, one, the funds that were earmarked in the 2025 budget for salaries, how much was earmarked, how much is going to be utilized now, and also just review what new figures in the various areas are we now appropriating and causing the budget to increase for the purpose of the general public.
That's a lot of points to cover. So if I forget anything, please do remind me. Okay, so this budget, irrespective of whether we could have come to the House, the Honorable House, and the total increase appropriation would have been $0.00, but we absolutely had to come back to this House for the supplementary budget in any case, or at minimum, a reallocation warrant approval. And there are certain provisions within the FAA that allow for expenditure of public funds, right? So one of the key provisions is Section 30 of the FAA, which speaks to reallocation of funds. And this provides that in the case of reallocations, one, no reallocation shall occur between recurrent and capital expenditure. And then that the Minister of Finance may, in anticipation of the approval by the House of Assembly by reallocation warrant under his or her hand, direct that any surplus arising from under expenditure on any item in the expenditure vote contained in the main or supplementary estimates be applied in aid of any item in any other expenditure vote in the estimates or in aid of any new item of expenditure. But in the case of reallocations between recurrent expenditure votes, the aggregate of the amount of reallocation warrants issued under this section in the financial year and not approved by the resolution of the House of Assembly shall not exceed 2.5% of the main estimates of recurrent expenditure in that financial year. So when you work out what would have been the move and doubling back at the start of the year in the fiscal planning process ahead of the budget planning process, which then transitioned into the budget documents, we would have made a provision for the uplift in compensation related to civil servants. Now, the final details were still being worked through. The framework was being developed, the methodology was being applied, and the jobs were being graded. But we knew it was coming. So it would be prudent to make sure you place an allocation in the fiscal framework. So when you're looking at your expenditure profile and you're looking at fiscal sustainability issues, there's provision made for that expenditure increase. So that was so done. And that allocation worked out to be around, I think it was 25% of PE, I think we were doing. In the former years, we also made a provision, but it was a little bit low. I think in the former years, we did it around 20 or 22%. So as we started making certain assumptions, we were adjusting it to make sure we actually make sufficient provision. So that pot of funds, which worked out to be about $34 million, was placed in an account within the Ministry of Finance where we control expenditure and we keep it there for earmarked positions or contingency funds. So you would note that the total restricted expenditure of the Ministry of Finance at the start of the year in the budget allocation was $40.84 million, of which the $34.84 million related to this compensation package. Now, once the compensation framework was developed, the jobs are graded up, we needed to take these monies from their central allocation in the Ministry of Finance and place them through ministries and departments, because how the accounting must work, how accounting principles work, is that expenditure must be charged where the cost is incurred. So if the Department of Natural Resources has staff and their staff cost has gone up, we should charge that expenditure to their vote rather than a Ministry of Finance vote. So we couldn't use the money in the account where it was placed in the Ministry of Finance. And because the quantum, when you work out that 2.5% statutory limit, when you calculate that, we would have been far exceeding what would have been the legal restrictions on the reallocation. So we did need to come before the Honorable House. And if that was going to be so done in a transparent manner, showing the adjustment in civil servant salaries, and there was some tweaks needed in terms of the job gradings, in terms of the job titles, that was best done by the preparation of detailed supplementary estimates. So there could have been a reallocation warrant prepared to move money out of the Ministry of Finance into the various ministries at the top level, and then you would have only basically had one sheet with the ministry name and the number moving out, but that wouldn't have given the level of detail and transparency that a supplementary estimate would have afforded this Honorable House. So that is just on the compensation side. And now also within here, there has arisen urgent and unanticipated needs which have not been appropriately provisioned within the current estimates. We currently have provision within the Treasury Department for the servicing of claims against government. I can't remember off the top of my head how much it is this year, but I think it's less than $2 million is the annual budgeted allocation. And part of that, $2 million a year relates to servicing the judgment or the consent order that arose between Anglic and the former Water Corporation in relation to electricity services which was used, and payment was delayed. So that is normally paid for at $100,000 a month. However, there was a decision that would be paid in an expedited manner. And as such, we wouldn't have sufficient provision within this budget to service that obligation. So you needed that appropriation to add in the $10 million to really service that. And it considers inter alia also the resolution of an issue related to streetlight services. And then you had other items. So when you add up and they're listed, executive summary was provided for this House in schedule form to list the items for which supplementary expenditure provisioning was provided. So it would have been the $10 million payment to Anglic. It would have also included $3 million in medical treatment overseas. That vote has been busted well into the start of the year. You would note that there's a column in the supplementary estimates which details reallocations. $1.5 million has already been reallocated from the Ministry of Finance to 1.4 million has already been allocated from the Ministry of Finance to the Ministry of Social Development to cover medical treatment costs already. So there is a significant increase in the expense related to that item, and additional funds needed to be provisioned, and we couldn't continue utilizing the contingency funds in the Ministry of Finance as they would have been exhausted before the end of the year. There was also provision related to possible extensions of the fuel surcharge relief program. The first bill that we got, I think it was some $3 million and change, and that was when the fuel surcharge was at 88 cents per kilowatt hour. It has now risen to $1.04 per kilowatt hour. We are anticipating increased consumption. The consumption for the May bill, which related to April usage, was around 8.8 million kilowatt hours. We're expecting that to go to rise as the summer months are upon us. So we are provisioning as a contingency measure should that support need to be extended and continued. And that is the bulk of this supplementary increase to the tune of $15.28 million. So when you add up the 15.2 plus the 10 million for Anglic plus the 3 million for water, the Anglic, that gives you 28 million and change. And the entire supplementary increase is 229, I think it's 29. And so there's an additional sum relating to monies to the ATB in relation to marketing activities, but that's offset by a reduction in the capital appropriation. So these increases, these actually don't relate to the compensation element. They relate to the need to provide provisioning in areas where it wasn't originally provisioned and there's urgent needs. If needed, we can go into how our current revenue performance supports that. I hope I answered all the minister's questions or points.
Thank you, Pierce. So for the purpose of the general public, there was a pot of funds that were already allocated in the 2025 budget, and we came through this budgetary process to put them into the various ministries and departments so they could be used. In addition, in 2026. In addition to that, we also brought additional stuff in the supplementary budget because we recognize that it was important for particular things to be addressed, like the support to the cost of living, the medical overseas treatment, and as such, the budget had to increase as a result of that.
Madam Chair, can I ask the PS a question? PS, can you clarify because the member for Rodnat, he did mention the fact that we projected $70 million deficit, and that it could potentially mean that we'll have almost $100 million deficit by the end of the year. Can you clarify how this is all being funded? And while you think about answering that question, I don't know if the member for Rodnat would want to pull up his supplementary budget where he was quoting a figure of 11 million, and he had questions about his copy, and he wanted to know, where this $11 million is going, or why it's only $11 million. You quoted some page in your supplementary when you spoke about a $11 million figure. So, just to bring clarity to the general public as it relates to what you were really trying to get at when you spoke about that $11 million difference. You remember? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Minister. So the $11 million, it should be, and let me just try and get that file open. That probably is about page 3 or 4 in the supplementary estimates. That is in relation to, you can see it on the 4th page, which is the standard object code page. And towards the end, you will see there's an account 390 called restricted expenditure, of which $11 million is being deducted, and that is the account that I'm referring to. That the only ministry or department that has that account is the Ministry of Finance. So any sum in that line, it relates to provisioning within the Ministry of Finance. At the start of the year, you will see there was 40.74 million in it. That was the 34.74 million of which was the compensation funds being allocated, and then 6 million was contingency provisioning for emergencies. We are taking 11 million out of that account because 11 million is no longer required because it's being reallocated into the ministries and departments for the compensation. Now, the reason why that is not the $23 million, because when you add up the uplift in personnel emoluments, you get 19.7 million for that. Then for wages, it's around 0.8 million. Social security payments, 0.7 million. Allowances to House of Assembly members, and this only pertains to the members paid directly from the House of Assembly. That's another $250,000 going into that. And then we have small sums in grants and contributions for the uplift. That total package works out to be about $23 million being moved between ministries and departments for the compensation. The reason why we didn't pull $23 million out of restricted, and you're not actually seeing the formula in the files behind it, we actually we did a deduction, so minus 23 million, but then you added in extra for the uplift necessary to keep contingency provision in there for the fuel surcharge relief program. So the 11 million is the net impact when you take into account the reduction in 23 million out of that account required, plus the extra provisioning that you need should the geopolitical situation continue and fuel prices continue to be elevated, and there be a executive decision to continue the support program. In relation to the revenue, and I do believe that we could probably improve the transparency of the supplementary estimates by including a revenue page going forward. It's just to show how the revenue performance to date supports this proposed supplementary budget. So factoring in we would have, before the supplementary budget was prepared, a week ahead of that, we had our medium-term fiscal planning exercise. So we do a reforecast of the anticipated outturn for revenue and expenditure for the current financial year. We look at the next financial year, which is our upcoming budget year, the medium term, then the long term. So we forecasted out revenues and expenditure up until 2032 at the end of last month. That is still in draft, so I really don't want to go too much in it because you still tweak it, you still do adjustments. But right now there is significant uplift for this financial year in our performance in our non-tax revenue streams, primarily related to the .ai. It's been announced, I think the Premier has announced that in several press conferences, the current performance year to date. Because of this performance and the other tax type, the other revenue types, the tax, for example, the tax revenues, for the most part, they are on track. They're not, there's not overperformance as such, but they're on track for the budget estimate. As such, we are cautiously optimistic that revenue performance would be stronger than anticipated in the budget process this year. And as such, the outturn is tracking to, if not a balanced budget, a small deficit. So our updated forecast, including the supplementary expenditure, leaves us, I would say, circa plus or minus 10 million at the end of the year.
Yes, through the chair, quick question, since it was brought up about the payment to Anglec for streetlights. How much is that amount that is being paid, and how did we come to determine the amount, given that there is a contract with Anglec that they are paid $125,000 a year for streetlights?
Okay, thank you for that question. So there is, it's the obligation to pay $125,000 to Anglec a year for 3 light services is actually provided under statute. So there's an Electricity Act in place and there's regulations. And the regulations, I think it's called Electricity Charges Regulations, that sets out in relation to street lighting services plus amenity lighting, the annual payment is $125,000. It makes no provision for variations. Over the years, it seems that there was some departure from that provision, and I don't know the history, and I won't attempt to state the history. But as such, Anglec started billing the government of Anguilla in relation to a methodology which they created to estimate the cost of streetlight usage. It was felt that the $125,000 was no longer fitting for the number of streetlights in use. And as such, that to stick with the methodology prescribed within legislation would be detrimental to the financial performance of the entity. I could go into the methodology, but I would have to dig it up out of my inbox.
I just wanted to know what is the quantum that is being paid out of the 10 million for streetlights?
I think it's around $3 million, because there was the bills were surfaced up until I believe 2024 at the level billed by Anglec, which was above what was due under statute. It worked out to be about 1.5 million a year. In 2024, it was suspended while the issue between what was being billed and what was allowed under statute was being worked through. This is still being worked through right now.
So when the single island wide member stood up and said that the 10 million for the water corporation is covered fully under this, if you're taking 3 million out of that for streetlights, then it's not finalized.
So there has been payments in relation to the water corporation consent order since it was entered into. So according to Treasury, the outstanding balance on that is $7.1 million.
That's good. Thank you.
Can I ask a question as it relates? When did these payments commence?
Off the top of my head, either 2024 or 2025. 2024. It was 2024.
2024?
Either 2023 or 2024. I think it was 2024 government subsumed the water corporation into central government. So it was definitely at least around that time, either slightly before or slightly after. But either which way, when the judgment came, water corporation was under financial support related to the government.
Sorry, it was 2023, sorry.
Like, just to ask PS, what percentage of the expenditures this new salary package? And if you could just give me no for 2026 and 2027. I won't ask for 2028.
Sorry, do you mean how much, what, as a ratio?
As a ratio.
Do you want to look at total remuneration to?
Yes, the total.
Or do you want to just look at the uplift?
No, the total remuneration.
As a percentage of total expenditure?
Yes.
Or total revenue?
Expenditure.
Okay, 1 second.
Because we do know in 2010, the report said that 45% was a good benchmark back in March of 2010.
Compensation as a percentage of recurrent expenditure is looking about 50%. 2026 would not be a good year because it's a part year implementation, but 2026 is 46.7, and 2027, which reflects a full year implementation, is about 50%.
Yes, just as a follow-up for comparison, what was the ratio for 2025?
Sorry, one moment, please.
As well as 2024, if that's not too much trouble.
While I'm swapping between my spreadsheets, I think some context would be helpful. In 2024, the health authority was integrated into the government service, to central government. And health authority's budget, I think it was around 40 million. A large portion of that budget is salaries expenditure, personnel emoluments. So in some, when you look at benchmarks, you have to consider the context. Some governments, they do not have the health component within the central government, and then you don't have all of that wage expenditure inside. So whereas in prior years, our total compensation of employees hovered around 90 million, it has gone up significantly with certain policy decisions during that interim period. To work out, and I'm gonna have to do this, I guess, a little bit manually. Divided by total, well, recurrent expense, I guess you would want to do it. It was 45% in 2025 and 45% in 2024. You want to know 2023? Are we good?
And now this year is 48. And
PS, just one quick follow-up. Seeing that it was 45% in 2024 and 45% in 2025, and we're projecting now it will be 50%, I'm just curious to know how much it was in 2023, given the context that you gave of how health authority being subsumed would have impacted or inflated that. So if it's not too much trouble, could we get the ratio for 2023, please?
In 2022, it was 40%. In 2023, it was 43%.
Okay, thank you.
A question that keep coming up, PS, and maybe you can explain for the public how through the MTF and forward looking, how have we assessed that the new increases that are going to be sustainable long term? Your mic, PS, because this answers for the general public.
So that is the process. The medium-term fiscal planning process is where we really look at fiscal sustainability issues. It's not just an internal to the Ministry of Finance process. We invite our various stakeholders and development partners. The ECCB comes in on ground, we have the CDB on ground, and we have the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. They also attend in person. And we get together around the table with our various units, ministries, and relevant stakeholders, and we forecast each revenue stream and each expenditure head, not only for the current financial year and the upcoming budget year, but through the medium term, which is a 3-year period, and then to the longer term. And right now, our longer term runs us out to 2032. So in the current updated framework, and I really want to stop speaking about an unapproved framework.
Member for Rose South had spoken, and the Honorable Single Island Wide member spoke the last time we did the increases, how we had to make the cut shortly after.
Right.
So I just want the public, you being the PS Finance, to reassure the public what processes have we gone through to make sure that that we will not have a repeat of 2008, 2009.
Okay. Obviously I wasn't here back then, so I'm not sure.
No, if you're 21 now, you wouldn't have been here back then.
So I'm not sure what the fiscal picture looked like back then. But obviously, for the first time in 2025, we would have come into compliance with all the borrowing ratios. And as you know, those are some fiscal rules which kind of really point to our ability to service our debt obligations, our coverage for our recurrent expenditure needs in terms of the liquid assets ratio. So it really sets out foundation fiscal rules to support or to ensure the sustainability of public finances. But in particular, under the medium term and to the longer term, you want to, if you're looking about sustainability, you may have in any given year a deficit. This year we were projecting a deficit budget, and deficits are not necessarily a bad thing. They could be for useful purposes. There may be times of heavy capital expenditure where you want to dip into your reserves, or there may be periodic shocks where your revenue isn't performing to the level that it is accustomed to, or greater expenditure needs for a moment in time, such as the fuel surcharge support measure that's being programmed this year. But as a long-term trend and pattern, you want to make sure that you're not running deficits on an annual basis. You want to make sure that you're building up surpluses at some point during the period to put aside money for a rainy day, because we know, at least in Anguilla's experience, there are always shocks. So when we prepare our medium-term fiscal estimates, we don't just do an ideal world scenario or an expected world scenario where, okay, this is what is expected this year. This is how we expect revenue to perform. This is how it usually performs. This is what we normally spend expenditure on. You want to do scenario planning. So we always do at minimum 3 scenarios: a baseline, which is the average, what is expected, and what we budget on. And then you want to do an upside scenario, which may show, okay, if things look a little bit rosy, if AI performs a little bit better, if GST collections are stronger because the accommodation sector is buoyant, this is what that outturn would look like. But you really want to make sure you do a downside scenario. And we did a downside scenario in this updated framework where, suppose you have a hurricane, suppose the oil shocks last through to next year. What would be the impact on revenue? What would be the impact on expenditure? And can your new compensation framework withstand that impact? Would you have to cut it? So we did that shock scenario, and we did that shock scenario actually from last year's MTEF, but we also updated it in this year's MTEF, and we are still showing that we can maintain that level of expenditure. And particularly in the baseline scenario, we can maintain the level of expenditure through to the 2032 bound and still accumulate reserves, which in some part can be directed to any fund should a national wealth fund be implemented.
I have no further, Madam Chair.
Are there any other questions from any other members? Thank you, PS. Thank you very much for indulging us during the lunch hour. Thank you, DG, very helpful as well. And you can assure them that you will be available when they call on you, DG, to discuss further. I feel this will be an evolving conversation. I call upon the clerk to take us through the bill clause by clause.
Clauses 1 through 2.
I put the question that clauses 1 through 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Clauses 1 through 2 stands part of the bill.
The schedule, program 001R, Her Excellency the Governor, $56,269,089.
I put the question that Schedule 2, as read by the clerk, stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The schedule stands part of the bill as read.
Not finish the schedule, is it?
Oh, you're going to go through each one? You'll go through all?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
If we prefer, well, it's a matter of.
Go through all.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Members, we will allow the clerk to go through the entire schedule and then put the question.
Program 450R, and this is recurrent expenditure, Ministry of Finance, Labor, Immigration, Home Affairs, and Constitutional Affairs, $149,482,529. Program 550,
I thought I had the old one. Thank you for picking that up, Dr.
$129.
Yes. Dr. Webster's the only one that's awake, folks. Thank you. Let's get through it.
Program 550R, Ministry of Social Development, Education, Library, Youth and Culture, $83,084,858. Program 650R, Ministry of Infrastructure, Communications, Utilities, Housing, IT, and E-Government Services, $36,064,994. Program 850R, Ministry of Economic Development, Industry, Commerce, Lands, Planning, Water, and Natural Resources, $29,298,885. Program 950R, Ministry of Health, Tourism, and Sports, $80,624,744. Total recurrent expenditure, $426,883,000. $825,099.
Honorable members, I put the question that the programs, the line items that form part of the schedule as read by the clerk stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Ministry of Social Development, Education, Library, Youth and Culture, $23,986,700. Program 650B, Ministry of Infrastructure, Communications, Utilities, Housing, IT, and Government Services, $134,496,410.
Okay. You can, which part are you at? You can start over. Thank you, Chef Bond. Which part, Mr. Proctor?
Capital. You would like me to go over the entire capital? No
Yeah,
problem.
your mic was off, but I also want to locate it in my electronic.
Oh.
I didn't get the printout. Okay, I apologize, Mr. Proctor's mic was off. I have asked if he could put the Part 2 capital sections to us again. Please start over, thank you.
Part 2 Capital, Program 001D, Her Excellency the Governor, $1,600,000. Part 450D, Ministry of Finance, Labor, Immigration, Home Affairs, and Constitutional Affairs, $1,100,000. Program 550D, Ministry of Social Development, Education, Library, Youth and Culture, $23,986,700. Program 650D, Ministry of Infrastructure, Communications, Utilities, Housing, IT, and E-Government Services, $134,496,210. Part 850D, Ministry of Economic Development, Industry, Commerce, Lands, Planning, Water, and Natural Resources, $55,123,300. Program 950D, Ministry of Health, Tourism and Sports, $14,500,000. Total capital expenditure, $230,806,210.
I put the question, honorable members, that Part 2 Capital Program 001D through to 950D stands part of this bill as read by Mr. Proctor. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Total recurrent and capital expenditures, $657,631,309.
I put the question that the total recurrent and capital expenditures stands part of this bill as stated by the clerk. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it.
The title and the enacting clause,
I put the question that the title and the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Honorable member, this House now resumes its sitting, and I beg the member to report on the committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the bill shortly entitled the Bill for the Supplementary Appropriation 2026 Act 2026 has passed through committee without amendment and is ready for its third reading.
A bill for supplementary appropriation 2026 Act 2026, third reading.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill shortly entitled A Bill for Supplementary Appropriation 2026 Act 2026 be read a third time and passed.
Seconder.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled the Supplementary Appropriation 2026 Act 2026 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a third time.
An act to revise the total appropriation from the Consolidated Fund of Anguilla for the services of the Government of Anguilla for the 2026 financial year.
Honorable members, it has been read a third time and passed, and the bill declared Supplementary Appropriation 2026 Act 2026. Thank you for your contributions and your spirited debate on this.
Private members' bills, none. Private bills, none. Other orders of the day.
Members, I am going to invite you to make any other orders of the day, but having considered the time, I know your answer is going to be rather pressed through, but do you need to eat? Because I'm also conscious of people's health. You want to go straight through? Okay. Okay, we are agreed. You may proceed. Does any member wish to contribute? I recognize the Honorable Premier.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, as we close out today, I want to take the opportunity to extend condolences to family, friends of loved ones of persons who have passed away in recent times. Mr. Leroy Richardson, aka Brother B, Mr. Devon Daniels, Mr. Akeem Richardson, Mr. Vincent Proctor, and Mr. Morix Holliger Sr. And so we want to extend our deepest condolences to the loved ones of those persons who I've just also mentioned. And while I'm on my feet, Madam Speaker, I want to also take this opportunity to thank APNI for the invitation to attend the event on Saturday night in New York. It was a wonderful opportunity for us to reconnect with our friends and to meet new ones. And the interesting thing about APNI, Madam Speaker, is that at the function itself were persons not only from Anguilla, but also brothers and sisters from St. Kitts, Nevis, Montserrat, and different Caribbean islands. And it was really a good time. Myself, the Honorable Cardigan Connor, and the Honorable Mr. Evan McNeil Rogers were in attendance. And we, in addition to the Governor, Ms. Julia Crouch. And so we want to take this opportunity to formally thank APNI and its board of directors and its organization itself, the members of the organization, for hosting us this weekend. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. I recognize, did I recognize your hand before? I don't remember. No, I thought Dr. Webster's hand was up before from the corner of my eye. I recognize the Honorable Leader of Opposition, and then followed by the Honorable Member for Valley North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be brief. Just want to wish condolences to the family of the late Leroy, Brother Lee Richardson, a stalwart in our community who has contributed in many ways to Anguilla, to culture, and to the radio programs, being at Cool FM. Also his work in the public service as an environmental officer. Just want to say that, we will miss him dearly. Also Vincent Proctor, for his contributions. I know he worked with the Aurelia Kelly primary school reconstruction. And just those other members of our Anguillan community who here and abroad who are suffering or sick. We wish them speedy recoveries. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Recognize the honorable member for Valley North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to also put on record my sincerest condolences to all the families across the island who have lost loved ones. I wish them strength and continued care. I also want to recognize the loss of Mr. Vincent Proctor and Brother Lee, members of my constituency. Mr. Proctor would be widely known for the work he's done in infrastructure and buildings across the island for a number of years. And of course, Brother Lee, who is also a cousin, Madam Speaker, is an individual who has made an insurmountable contribution to the Anguilla Public Service through his work in environmental health. He's also made significant contributions to culture. Between himself and Mr. Jerry Dice were among the first persons that developed culture awards many years ago, Madam Speaker, before anybody was doing it. And they were organizing it themselves without the support of per se government, but the help of sponsors and other persons. And I would have worked closely with them when I worked at the Department of Youth and Culture. Brother Lee was somebody who was dedicated to the preservation of culture. Brother Lee is one of those persons who has years and years of recordings of many different Star Wars older persons in our communities who've made significant contributions because he recognized the importance of ensuring that we preserved our cultural heritage and there were records of these things. He was also a strong advocate for the media, for the promotion of local Anguillan events. You could always see him doing radio interviews and broadcasts at Festival Del Mar, at Welch's Fest, at boat races on an annual basis, because again, he recognized the importance of really broadcasting these events, not just here locally, only in Anguilla, but also to the wider region and the diaspora. And I really wish to put on record my sincerest condolences to all the members of his family, particularly his children, but of course his extended family, brothers and sisters, nieces and nephews. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I recognize the honorable member for Road South, but I pause because I want to single out Road North. You haven't indicated as yet, but all of us will have to show our support. I think Road North has been dealt quite a bit of blow in the past few weeks, Mr. Richardson, with loss. So after the Road South member, we also want to recognize what is going on in your district and the families that have experienced quite a significant number of interrelated loss. And we want to send our condolences in particular to the constituents that you represent, Mr. Richardson. We'll hear from Mr. Hughes and then we'll hear from Mr. Richardson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First of all, via this program, I'd like to extend happiest birthdays to my elected representative, the Honorable Merrick Richardson. As you know, I reside in Road North, and so I do not have the privilege of being able to vote for myself. And I can say, on the last two elections, I voted for the Honorable Merrick Richardson. I'm very proud of that vote. And based on his performances, I will be voting for you again, sir. So you don't need a campaign for me to meet this election cycle coming up. Madam Speaker, like the Honorable Member for Valley North and the Honorable Premier, Dr. Ellis Lorenzo Webster, I too would like to, I too would like to extend my deepest condolences to the family of Vincent Proctor, a very strong individual and married to one of the most wonderful women in Anguilla, Shona. And I would like to extend my deepest condolences to her family. That family extends across Anguilla, all the way down to Road South, Janet and Benny Connor, and all the way down to West End. So, as you know, sometimes we know that the possibility of one person passing is there based on how they are ailing. But sometimes we hear this shock, and we learn that this person died. And I got two shocks recently, and that is in Vincent Proctor and Brother Lee. I was really, really surprised to hear the passing of Brother Lee, because sometimes when someone dies, we don't even imagine them passing. People like Mr. Pickering and Brother Lee and Raspy and Iwande, people who we've heard and seen and being part of our community for so long, we are sometimes shocked because we never imagine them passing, even though we are all born to die. And Madam Speaker, we here in Road South also lost Mr. Devon Beggar, we call him Beggar, Daniels, a young man, relatively young man, well, he's younger than I am, who passed recently. Another tragedy in that family, because he had another brother that passed fairly recently in Nigeria. And so the families are mourning. And you know, one of the things that I find in Anguilla is that whenever you look at the family tree, you will find, Madam Speaker, that so many of us are related. That is why I could never understand the shooting and violence that goes on among us, because we are so related and interrelated. And that is why I advised my father to marry my mother in 1971. Go to Barbados. Make sure that you don't marry a cousin. And that is how I came about. And Madam Speaker, I would also like to extend condolences to the family of Preston Brooks. He was also the president of the Drag Racing Association. And he's from South Hill. If you know, the best barbecue spot in the entire Caribbean, Valley's Barbecue in South Hill. His brother Houston and his wonderful wife runs it now. And they too are mourning the loss of Preston, who died fairly suddenly, because I saw him on the Sunday before he died. He was on his way to work down at Altamont. And lo and behold, a couple of days later, he was no longer with us. That tells you a lot about the fragility of life. And Madam Speaker, Akeem, my cousin Akeem, the son of Magellan, she's not a Lewis anymore. She's a Webster now. And Tuti from North Ras, Tuti. And I know that is a terrible loss, because no parent wants to bury a child. You know, we all as parents expect and hope that we will live long enough that our children become adults, and then they will bury us. And I know that has been a terrible loss to the family, to his young children and everything. It has been a terrible, terrible loss. And Rose in North Hill, that too was a very shocking, surprising loss of life, Madam Speaker. And we've had a lot of tragedies in Anguilla in terms of losses in Anguilla. Not forgetting Bubba Sylvester. And Madam Speaker, I don't want to prolong this, but I saw a post by a gentleman the other day, and I respect that gentleman the other day. And he was making a post about all of the deaths in Anguilla due to cancer and the like. And, you know, some persons would like to blame certain things on these cancers and these NCDs. Like, for example, you say, well, because of the vaccine. But I know my brother died from an NCD long before there was a vaccine. And I've had many family members who passed before the vaccine. And I would make the argument that the proliferation of cancers and NCDs in Anguilla has nothing to do with vaccines. It has to do with our lifestyles. It has to do with the amount of, sodas we're drinking. And it has to do a lot to do with the processed foods that we're eating. It has to do with the poor quality of nutrition that we have. And I'm not talking about Anguilla alone. I'm talking about the Western world, Madam Speaker. And we have to do something about our lifestyles, our lifestyle choices in terms of physical activity and what we consume. This is what is putting a strain on medical treatment overseas. Because if you look at the number of persons that are being sent medical treatment overseas, a lot of it emanates from NCDs, Madam Speaker. So Again, I would like to express my condolences, and I know I went off on a tangent because all of those things result in the reason why a lot of our people are dying and dying prematurely, Madam Speaker. So hopefully we can change course, we can find ways to change course. I support the Ministry of Health's Move Your Body campaign, and we need to change course quickly, Madam Speaker, otherwise we'll be doing a lot of this here in this honorable house. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize, I'll allow the honorable member for Road North to make his statements, and then followed by you, Mr. Vanterpool.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, Madam Speaker, it's never ever easy to get up and, you know, offer our condolences to the families of the loved ones of people who have passed on. You know, and as you can hear already, the list feels quite long. And it's not long because we haven't done house recently. It's long because this entire island, from east to west, north to south, just about every community has been touched by death. So I too want to stand and offer my condolences to the family of Brother Lee. I mean, I saw a post by one of his nieces the other day on Facebook. And then when I went through Facebook after reading her post, it was good to see the outpouring of love and respect for the gentleman for what he did. But in her post, it said something that we should take to our daily life. You know, I think too often we wait until moments of death to show our appreciation for loved ones, for people around us, for people who have contributed to our society. And I think we need to do a better job of acknowledging each other and giving the respect and the love while these persons are alive. So I want to offer my condolences to the family of Brother Lee, also to the family of Devon Beggar Daniels, Preston Brooks, to the family of Preston Brooks, Valley and Elaine, his siblings. I want to offer my condolences to them. The family of Vincent Proctor, his wife, his children, his siblings. But Madam Speaker, recently my community has been hit hard, really, really hard. I was making a joke in the back with our IT technicians because he has a son who is partially from North Hill, and I congratulating him and telling him his son is so good because he's from North Hill. And you know, I was telling him, in all honesty, when you come from such a small community, every little accolade is acknowledged by the entire community because you're so intertwined. So when the accolades come and you celebrate them, you know, when death comes, it's hit you even harder. And we have had, first I want to offer condolences to the family of Sylvester Bubba Hanley, his companion, his siblings, his children, his grandchild, Madam Speaker. We know he was battling for quite a long time, and he lost that battle. But no matter how, if you know the person is battling, when death comes, it still hits you, and it hits you hard. But there's a family, Madam Speaker, who has lost a nephew and son, a sister and aunt, and a great aunt. And I want to offer condolences to their entire family. I want to offer the family of Akeem Richardson. Hayden mentioned his mother and his father, totally from North Hill. You know, when my wife heard about this person, Akeem, dying, and she was like, "Who's Akeem? Who's Akeem?" Because, you know, sometimes we use the nicknames, and she heard me referring many times as Greasy. So when I describe him, she said, "Oh, the smiley fella." Because anyone who knows him, I mean, like, his smile was permanent. His smile was permanent. He walked around with a permanent smile. And that's how she knew him. Rose, Madam Speaker, is literally my neighbor. Her husband passed a few years ago, and he used to run a little shop. And when I come in from my late night runs of playing ball or thing after 11, we used to sit and chat for hours, real serious reasoning. Rose and my aunt, I mean, I don't want to publicly expose the business and see how they sat and chat with each other all day, what they discuss. But they would have conversations and conversations that I I have to just smile looking back. Rose was a straight shooter. She was a straight shooter. She tell you to your face how she feel about you, how she feel about people around you. And I know the entire family, the entire community is being missed. As rough as she seemed around the edges, she had a heart of gold. And I know the person she looked for personally, persons who couldn't come out, she would visit them. There's a particular lady, she went by, the lady cannot leave her house because of ailment now. And Rose visit her on a regular basis. Like I said, she was real rough around because she will tell you exactly how she feels about you. But when it comes to a heart of gold, there's not much like her. So I just want to offer condolences to that entire family. Her children, Skipper, Frost, Chick. You know, you all are in my prayers. Her grandchildren, you all are in my prayers. And I know this is a rough one. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Member of Vanderpool.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to begin on a slightly lighter note, the member for Road South would have acknowledged that Valley's barbecue is the best barbecue in Anguilla. And I wouldn't dispute that, and I don't aim to get into much debate over that, Madam Speaker, but I will say he would have recognized Houston and his wife. And his wife, Kamisha, comes from the Vanderpool family. So coming from a family of barbecuers, I just hope she's not over there divulging any family secrets. And I'll leave that rest there, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I join with all of my colleagues in extending sincerest condolences to all of the families that have been recently affected by death and who are now mourning. I won't get into listing them as their names have been repeated overall, and I wouldn't want to omit any, Madam Speaker. But my thoughts and prayers go out to each and every family and friend who would be affected at this time. Just Sunday gone, Madam Speaker, would have been my late cousin Callan Vanderpool's 30th birthday. And that brought about like a lot of reflection and resurfaced a lot of pain, which is a testament that these are tough times, especially as it's fresh. And it does get slightly better with time, but it never really goes away. And we don't want their memories to go away. We have to cherish the time we had with them and keep them near and dear to our hearts. But Madam Speaker, I also rise today with a grateful heart. As we know, as many persons would know, my cousin was involved in a serious incident on Anguilla Day. And I'm very grateful to the team at the hospital, the team within the ministry that was able to help with all of the logistics, the doctors in Miami, and everyone who would have aided. I know a lot of persons would have been reaching out to me personally, reaching out to a lot of the different family members. And I just wanted to give a general update that by all accounts, the emergency surgery did go well. He's currently in the recovery process. The road to recovery will be a long one, but we are hoping and praying that it will be a successful one. And so I just wanted to thank everyone for reaching out, either to myself, to him, his brother, to any member of the family, for their thoughts, their prayers, and their concern. And I'll ask that they continue to keep praying for his continued health and his recovery. But I just wanted to know for the persons out there who were reaching out and who were concerned that things are going well so far, and we just continue to hope and pray continues along that vein. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Valley South.
Madam Speaker, I stand here today to offer condolences to the families who have lost loved ones. And just as I was sitting, and Honorable Jose Vanderpool got up and talked about barbecues, and Honorable Mr. Merrick spoke about it also. I think Mr. Rogers, you might have known, because some of the folks in here might have been younger, but Benson and Sons also did barbecues in Ray Hill. But nevertheless, we leave that as it is, all right?
All this barbecue talk is reminding us that we're hungry and it's
lunch.
lunchtime. Let's go, let's go.
And we're wrapping up. But there are a lot of names that we could offer condolences to. What comes to my mind is Bubba, because we went to school together, Sylvester, actually same farm year. So he's someone, so I'd just like to extend my condolences to the family. And Beggar, and like Merrick said, Honorable Mr. Merrick said, sometimes it's hard to remember the person's first names because we are so accustomed to calling them by the other names, you know. So my brothers would have actually played football with him on the high school team, Spartans International. And I could recall, I was in college at the time, but I could recall coming home a lot of breaks and going to witness them play on the park. So he was I think actually he was a captain of this school team at one time. So I'd like to offer my condolences to that family also. And even Akeem, very pleasant young man. Remember going to the hotel, selling tomatoes, and he always did his job with pleasure and, you know, fun and very pleasant. My cousin, may his soul rest in peace, Brother Lee, actually a family member on our side also. And definitely Mr. Preston Brooks, as someone who worked with me in the Anguilla Drag Racing Association. I was a former president before, and then I passed on the mantle to Preston and was very helpful, always called to know what he could have done. When we wanted to set up, have barbecues and fundraisers, he was always one of the first ones to be there present with his truck, and he will be greatly missed. And I would just like to say to the drag racing fraternity, keep your head up, and we are not going to speak much about what is to come, but they could read between the lines, and I just want to offer my condolences to all family members who have lost their loved ones at this time.
I recognize the honorable member for West End and then followed by the single island white member Brian.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I sit here and the names are called, you realize that you know them all. And I think that when we talk about Anguilla and what a small village, you could call it a village, that it has an effect on all of us. Whenever someone passes, it has an effect. I know with Brother Lee and my aunt had a great relationship. She always would call in when they had those programs on a Saturday, and she would give a number of names. And I know that she feels she's lost someone very special. With Beggar, I didn't realize he was such a good football player, a soccer player. But what I do know is that he played a major role in boat racing as a boat builder and as a captain as well. In fact, he carried on a great legacy. In fact, when you talk about the Easter Monday boat race that goes up to Sandy Hill, you know, I think that's been going on for about 30 plus years. And I think he's one that has carried on that legacy with the Bluebird. He would have inherited the Bluebird, but he made sure that he did whatever repairs and also captained the Bluebird, as well as the ROBB in the Class B boat racing. So I know that I'm in a chat with the captains and crews, and for them, they've lost a team player, a crew member, because that's how it seemed. Because the beauty of boat racing is that at times when your boat is not racing and another boat needs a crew member, then you can go on board. So Madam Speaker, again, offer condolences to all who are suffering today, the loss of loved ones. And again, I'm praying their soul rest in peace, and for the families, we all support you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You want to share Mr. Rogers' mic? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon to all. And I also stand to extend my condolences to all the families that have lost loved ones, and I would not going to list them because I don't want to miss out anyone. And while Honorable Mr. Vanterpool was giving his condolences speech, he mentioned Callan, and I remember, and while I was sitting, it just brought me back to memories, all the great moments that I personally lived with Callan, because he was part of the crew, especially in the field of baseball, 2007, 2008, 2009, when we used to travel abroad to represent Anguilla. And while reflecting on that, I stand to wish the families that have lost loved ones recently to also stick to the great memories, the joyful memories of those loved ones that they have lost, and to let them know that I will continue to keep them in my prayers, as I know this is rough times. And closing, I would also like to wish the Honorable Mr. Richardson happy birthday.
Thank you. Motion to adjourn?
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, I hereby move that this honorable house be adjourned, sine die.
Seconder?
I rise to second, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that this honorable house stands adjourned, sine die. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The house is adjourned.